Yo, hello. Hello, hi. Don't worry, I wasn't actually choking. At least I think I wasn't. Anyway, hi, how y'all doing? We're back, we're here. We are at the grand fucking finale of Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney trilogy, in the final trial of the final chapter of the I hope it's the final trial. If there's like 2 more days, then I'm fucked, you know. Then I guess I lied and we have 1 more stream. But I just hope that's not the case. I just case cause you know, you know, it's court, yeah, you know how it is. You know how it is. Anyway, let me get all this shit set up real quick. Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney trilogy. Yes, that is exactly what I want to boot up. Bada bing, bada boom. Alright, close this down, by the way. Close this down, open this up, and that's the wrong window. That's the correct window. That's open, select the windows. Phoenix Wright, yes. Audio, properties, correct application name. Transition, there you go. Of course, step behind the table. And let us get straight into part 4-1 of the trial. February 10th, 9:39 AM. District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 1. Good morning. Oh, are you by yourself? Yes, but first of all, I am checking the files again. First of all, I am refreshing my memory, because this fucking thing was so convoluted that I will now have to refresh my memory. So, let me see. So allegedly. Oh yeah, we know Dahlia has a twin sister now, right? Well, you know, Dahlia was executed, and her twin sister is here. So she didn't kill anyone. She actually didn't kill anyone. However, Pearl magically fucking channeled Dahlia on command of Morgan, cause Morgan's a fucking bitch. And she was still pissy about, you know, Mia existing and taking the spot off, you know, the master of puppets or something, I don't know. So she's a bitch. Ordered Pearl to fucking commit Dahlia. And Dahlia then went on to like bada bing, bada boom and kill everyone. Well, not everyone, but you know, only fucking Elise Faye. Oh, sorry, Missy Faye, actually. Okay, that's Iris's hood. So Iris didn't kill anyone, but Dahlia did. So by extension, Pearl did. But because Pearl is technically below the criminal age, like what do you call it? The fucking age of being fucking, you know, attached to a crime or something? I don't know. Responsibility age? Fuck if I know. She technically can't get slammed for it. Anyway. Fuck, we'll figure the rest out as we go. Morning, parents. Mr. Nick, please tell me what's going to happen to Mystic Maya? I'm sorry, we don't know yet. Oh yeah, Maya's also still trapped, ain't she? She's still trapped in the funny cave, ain't she? Yep. Investigation is still going on. Thought wasn't allowed to the inner temple. Oh, I see. So is Sister Iris still trying to remove those trick locks in the training hall? No, she's the defendant in this case, so she can't be at the inner temple. Oh, great! She's required to be here in court. Then how come she's not here in the defendant's lobby? I have to admit, it's kind of strange. Looking for Iris, she's in the prosecutor's lobby. What? Edward? What's Iris doing over there? She's gone over today's testimony with the prosecutor as we speak. What? Today's testimony? You heard me. Iris is going to be testifying as a witness for the prosecution. What? Wait, what? The prosecutor is squeezing her for a confession. Or so I heard. Franziska von Karma, what are you up to, man? I know what you're thinking, but Franziska isn't going to be the prosecutor today. Oh, it's fucking Godot again. What? Then who is? Who else would it be but Godot? Godot? Franziska is engaged in some important work at the Sacred Cavern. The Sacred Cavern? You don't mean that she's... Exactly. She's been out there all night, trying to remove those trick locks. With the head nun's assistance, naturally. We estimate that the last of the locks should be taken care of in about 3 hours. I hope everything continues to go smoothly and we receive some good news soon. Yeah, thanks, Edgeworth. Prosecutor and Godot intends to nail this cage shut today. Be prepared to fight like there's no tomorrow. You don't have to tell me that. Touche. I can already see it in your eyes. You're not the same fever-ridden, frantic maniac you were yesterday. It's strange. On the way here, I decided that today would be the end of all this. Almost immediately after I made that decision, I felt myself getting stronger. Interesting. Maybe you've passed your code to someone else. Literally. And with that, I leave the rest in your capable hands, partner. Thanks. My man! My man Miles. I still don't have the answer for most of the riddles playing in this case. The circumstances around the murder of Mr. Lee stood him. No, I mean Misty Faye. The impossible flight Larry claims to have seen. And what that woman is really after. Morgan's just a bitch. I will solve them all and bring this whole tragedy to an end. Tonight. Tonight on ABC News. Court is now in session for the trial of Iris of Hazakura Temple. Your Honor? What are you... Oh, who, me? Well, my little brother came to visit me in my chambers earlier this morning. All of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, he developed a soul-scorching fever and fainted. I literally transferred my cold. Shit. Therefore, I'll be standing in for him. I see, Your Honor. So they're brothers. That explains a lot. My poor brother. He looked a bit pale. Not to mention sad that he couldn't be here. Oh boy, here we go. It is impossible to predict what the future has in store for any of us. This is precisely why people feel the need to judge the past. And we of the court have been charged with some solemn duty of passing such judgment. Well said, Mr. Godot. I understood exactly what you said, at least up until the end anyway. Now then, Mr. Godot, please proceed with your opening statement. Humans are fragile, fickle beings. Our hearts change with the shifting of the tides. There's only one thing that remains a constant in this crazy world. Murder! The bitter darkness that lies at the bottom of this mug. So then you mean... forget it. What do you mean? During yesterday's trial, the accused refused to admit her role in the crime. But today, she has had a change of heart. You'll never see it come! Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple has a confession to make. Confession? A defendant? Iris. Why did she discuss it with me first? Very well. This court will now hear the defendant's confession. Not like this, man! Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask her for name and profession. There's one of my rules. My name is Iris. I'm but a simple nun undergoing training at Hazakura Temple. Witness, is there something that you want to confess to? Yes, but first, I want to apologize to Mr. Wright. I can't continue lying to everyone anymore. What is it? Mr. Wright, I have to admit that I did play a part in this terrible incident. Okay, you play... Sentence to Megadeth. Oh no, not Megadeth! I'll say, well, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well. Not Megadeth. Dun 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 dun. Yeah. Dun 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 dun. I think, yeah, wasn't it Duke Nukem theme made by Megadeth? What, didn't they actually make the fucking Duke Nukem theme? I think it was Megadeth, right? Dun 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 dun. Oh boy. Let me take a sip of water first. Mostly because allegedly ads are running and this is going to be a very important line. I assume. Let's rock. Actually, let me look for that real quick. Hang on. YouTube. That Duke Nukem theme. It was made by Megadeth, wasn't it? Yeah, it was made by Megadeth. There you go. Yeah. Let's rock. Ooh. Oh. Anyway. Well, there was more Terminator. I don't even remember. I've never listened to the Terminator theme. What the Terminator theme came with the MC had probably, right? What was the Terminator theme? That it? Okay, cool. Before this fucking stream gets claimed on the spot, I'll just not. Let's just not. Better way, exactly. I rather than risk the entire fucking channel over finding out what the Terminator theme sounds like. Or are you actually confessing? Are you saying that you were the one who murdered Miss Elise Dunham? No, I'm not, Your Honor. But I dealt with the cover-up after the murder took place. After her spirit left, I took the lifeless shell of Mr. Galise and carried it to the Hazakura Temple courtyard where I desecrated? You mean stabbed it? What? I mean, to be fair, she did, so... order in the court! Order! Witness, are you saying you were an accomplice to the murder? Yes, that's correct. What? I mean, it's true! 3 minutes of cold, now I'm already covered in a cold sweat. Huh. Everyone in the planet is an accomplice to something. It just happens to be that in this case, it's a murder. Fuck you, I'll see you in court. Isn't that right, Mr. Trite? That's good. Oh! So this is the confession they were conferring about. Pains me to say this, but looks like the Iris testimony was all a lie. Crumbled up and shoved into a pocket. Now then, little lady, if you don't mind, I've got a question for you. Whose crime were you trying to cover up by your actions? Iris was covering for someone? Now I'm definitely up the creek without a paddle. Or a life jacket. She knows who did it. Yeah, she knows who did it. I've been at Hazakura Temple ever since I was a little girl. Hazakura Temple is run by one of the branch families of the Kurain tradition. One of our missions is to protect the main family. I'm sorry, but main family? Yes, it's like the Yakuza. And that's why I would dirty myself, if need to protect her. A daughter of the master of the Kurain channeling technique. You are not. You are not gonna slam her. You are not gonna... Morgan, you fucking bitch. I know you're behind all this. I'm going to personally fucking kick your hair in. Huh? Wake up and smell the coffee, Wright. She's naming... Maya? Not again! Order! Order in the court! So not only did you witness the murder, you know the name of the murderer! I'm terribly sorry, but it's true. It's a fucking lie, you bitch! I saw her commit the crime with my very own eyes. And then I cleaned up the area to try to protect her. Objection! That's bullshit! Maya could never do something... The defense will refrain from commenting until the appropriate time. Now, witness, let's hear your testimony. What exactly happened on the night of crime? Maya's not even here! How can we judge someone that's not even here? And it's not like she refused to go to court. She's been missing. What the fuck do you mean? Yes, Your Honor. I thought I was prepared for the unexpected, but I never imagined the case would wind up going in this direction. Alright. Party time. I went to the Inn Temple that night and I saw it all happen in the garden. I saw Mystic Elise strike Mystic Maya with her staff. While Mystic Maya was still stumbling, Mystic Elise moved in to deliver a fatal strike. Mystic Maya tried desperately to defend herself and stole the weapon. It was only in self-defense. You can't blame her for it. What is the play here? Now you plead self-defense. What is your play here? What is the play here? Claiming self-defense? That's fucked. Yes, Mystic Elise was the one who attacked first. That's why I tried my best to protect Mystic Maya. You moved the victim's body to the temple so that Maya wouldn't be suspected. Isn't that right? Not bad. You've got the instincts of a true criminal. Something's not quite right, and I'm sure it was established yesterday. But Iris never went to Vienna Temple that night. And that person who did go was that woman. Iris even admitted it. No, then, Mr. Wright, please proceed with your cross-examination. Oh boy. Oh boy. Sister Iris, your testimony has changed quite a bit since yesterday. You said yesterday that, on the night of the murder, you didn't go to Vienna Temple. Did she now? Too bad for you that she said yesterday doesn't mean much today. By the way, where were you when she claimed that she didn't go? I was in Vienna Temple's training hall. A private conversation between the two of you does not constitute testimony. Fuck you! That would be properly described as hearsay. Hearsay, Your Honor! What do you have to say? What do you have to say, witness? I just couldn't tell the truth at the time. Mystic Maya, she's your girlfriend, isn't she? What? I didn't want to be the one to break it to you that I saw her commit murder.
There. We all understand how difficult it is for you. Now then, let's continue with your testimony. What did you witness in the temple garden?
You're saying that the victim attacked Miss Faye? Yes, it was a truly frightening scene. Miss Maya was struck hard on the head and looked like he was going to collapse. What were you doing at the time? Why didn't you stop them from fighting? I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Wright. I was frightened. I couldn't move. I couldn't even speak. I was in such shock.
That's perfectly understandable, my dear.
This doesn't sound right. I don't believe his testimony for a minute.
What happened after that?
She moved in to deliver a fatal strike. Yes, I'm sure of it. She threw down her staff and reached into a rope for a weapon. Wait a minute! What was this weapon? It was some kind of dagger. Dagger, huh? And Lisa them tried to stab her with this weapon. To kill Miss Faye. Yes, exactly.
Huh. You look like I did. You look like I did after I mistakenly took a swig of Worcestershire sauce.
Why the fuck does he mention Worcestershire sauce?
Do you have a problem with the testimony we're hearing from your client, lawyer boy?
Do I have a problem with this testimony? Yes, there's no weapon found. Your Honor, I have a small problem with the witness's testimony.
You do? But his witness is your own client.
Yeah, well, nevertheless.
That's fine. Witness, let's add your last statement to the testimony.
Yes, sir.
Hey, just a moment. It's my job to say that.
Listen, Gramps. I won't say it again. Final judgment will be rendered by me.
Go.
Okay, asshole. She threw her staff away. Mystic Elise was trying to kill Mystic Maya. I think that's why she wanted a more lethal weapon.
Lethal weapon? It's true. It's not easy to inflict a deadly blow with a staff.
Sister Iris, let me make sure I've got this straight. The victim herself chose to throw away her staff. Yes, that's what I saw.
Anything odd about that, Mr. Wright?
Yeah, it's odd, alright. Mystic Elise attacked Mystic Maya with a dagger, I'm sure of this. Let me go through everything. I already know what I have to hand them, but... And then? Mystic Maya, she turned things around and then... She used the weapon she had taken and lunged forward with a strike. And stabbed the cunt.
Are you certain?
Yes, but believe me, she had no choice. Mystic Maya hadn't done something.
Maya Faye's name would have been written on this autopsy report instead. Yes, I see.
This is bad. Still can't put the pieces together. Unless I find a contradiction in testimony, Maya's going to be blamed for this. I don't have this to say. So you say Maya Faye was the one who stabbed Miss Lee Denim? Sister Iris, is that really what you saw? Yes.
That's right. Your mug is filled with black and bitter suspicions. The only way to get rid of them is to drink them down quick. Like this.
I know that's supposed to be a metaphor, but I don't get it.
There's only one thing you need to get right. It's called evidence. Now hurry up, before my next cup gets cold.
What does that mean? You're not waiting for me to point out the contradictions? I like to avoid the whole spirit channeling thing if I can. Not only would it be inadmissible as evidence, but I think it might actually hurt us standing with the judge. First, I have to pick a testimony apart and expose the unnatural sounding parts. I don't know, I always would tell a story like this. But there are two things I know that just don't add up. Two things? I only know one right now. Hey, check this out. Sister Iris, there's something strange in the neighborhood, and I know exactly what I'm gonna call evidence. Huh? Mr. Nim throwing a staff away makes no sense at all to me. But all you can do if the staff has hit someone. Unless! Naturally you wouldn't notice, Sister Iris, but the victim's staff had a special feature about it. As you can see, it's a sword. If Lisa really had wanted to kill Maya Fey, she wouldn't have needed to use a separate dagger. Not when she already had a beautiful blade in her hands already. Well, Sister Iris, what do you have to say? That was an impressive bit of investigating, Wright. I never would have thought that there was a sword hidden in that staff. But even so, how should I put this? A long sword is unwieldy and was quite ineffective in close quarters combat. Maybe that's why she chose the dagger over her blade. Well, Anyway, the type of weapon she chose to us isn't what's important. The important thing is that she tried to kill Maya Fey. As long as there's nothing strange about that, there's no problem with her testimony. But there is something strange about this whole testimony. Well, Mr. Wright, the prosecution has a point. Very well, Your Honor. The defense will now present evidence to back this argument. Mr. Wright! Shut up, Iris! Go back to your stand! I have here another piece of evidence that shows that this testimony can't be trusted. Never attempt to take to life. Oh yeah, cause like she's a master and shit, right? Well, Mr. Godot, if you ask me, the only thing that seems strange is the angle of Mr. Trite's index finger. Trite, sticking your finger in an electrical outlet might be safer for you. Okay, so it wasn't the talisman. Otherwise, it might get bitten off next time you poke it in the wrong place. Yeah. I don't think that Mr. Nim would ever attack Maya. Think about the relationship, it's obvious. Well, yeah. What, do we just present her file? Oh. Well. Miss Lisa Nim would never have attacked Maya Fey. How can you be so sure? Because the victim's real name was not Elise de Nim. Her real name was Misty Fey. Fey? No! Not Misty Fey. Who is this Misty Fey? Is she related to... Misty Fey is the master of the Crane channeling technique. She is also the mother of Maya Fey. Are you serious? Is it really true, Mr. Wright? Was Elise de Nim actually the great Misty? Yes, there's no doubt about it. Looks like Iris had no idea. I can hardly believe it. The idea that she would try to kill her only daughter, one she hadn't seen in 17 years, perhaps the prosecution can offer some explanation for why she would do such a thing. Ugh. Order in the court. Upon first hearing the witness's testimony, it seemed natural enough. However, in light of some facts that have just been presented, 1. That the victim supposedly threw away a sword during a fight, and 2. That the two people battling to death were mother and daughter, despite the facts being believable when taken on their own. When taken together, the entire story seems difficult to believe. Listen, there's nothing in this world that's impossible, except for one little thing. Ah, shoot! Hey, Chris, what's up? What's up? How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Yes, what is it? It's one little impossible thing. Huh. You still don't get it. No, I don't. You think maybe my beans are under roasted, but you have no idea, Gramps. Could you get to your point? Take the break from work? Nice! Nice. Deja vu. I heard this witness's confession this morning, just as I had taken the first sip of my eighth cup of morning coffee. This man is dead. You're going to ruin your health, my friend.
Anyway, after hearing this woman's confession, I had a detective who loves to investigate sent to the scene of the crime. And he discovered this little bit. Is that the dagger the witness testified to seeing? Obviously, Your Honor. But do you not notice something else? Now that you mention it. If you look closely, there appears to be blood on it.
Ah, king bitch! Where did you find that? I didn't see that when I investigated the crime scene.
Did you investigate the pine tree at the crime scene?
Huh? The pine tree?
The dagger was stuck in the back side of the pine tree. When the last blow was struck, ending the violent battle between the two women, this little baby was thrown in the direction of the back of the pine tree. Which means, the blood in the dagger belongs to the victim, correct? Huh. Were you even listening, old man? I first heard his confession this morning, just as I had taken the first sip of my 13th cup.
Okay, funny coffee man. Didn't you say it was the 8th just a few minutes ago?
I didn't have enough time to get the blood analyzed on such short notice. In any case, the court will accept this dagger as evidence. Furthermore, I order that a blood test be performed on it immediately. This is my sweetheart. Make sure you treat her right. Bailiff, get this piece of evidence to the crime lab for testing immediately.
Fuck!
Now then, the testimony you've just heard had numerous unbelievable aspects to it.
What? There's also blood on the sphere. Since the sphere was part of the staff, you could argue that the blood on the knife is similar to the one on the sphere. Unfortunately, who the fuck does that blood belong to? Also, I doubt... where's the autopsy report? Blood loss. From such a small wound? Blood loss from such a small wound? Like, this knife doesn't seem like to be embedded deep. That's like nothing. That's nothing. That's nothing. However, after having found the very dagger of the witness spoke of, I believe we can consider her testimony to be credible. Cute girls never lie. Ever. Yeah, I don't know about that one, blood.
In any case, witness, if you could please testify again to this court.
About what, Your Honor?
About the incident you saw, the battle between the two women.
Yes, Your Honor.
The battle.
Mystic Maya stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with the staff, but then she dodged Mystic Elise's next attack and stole a weapon. Suddenly, Mystic Elise was the one on the defensive with her back to the stone lantern.
Ugh.
That's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. Mystic Elise managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed.
It was a very heartbreaking story.
Wait, do we not have... Do we not have the blood drawing on them? Do we not have the fucking blood on the statue in the court record? There was blood on the fucking statue, hello? Ah, piss.
It was a very heartbreaking story.
No, if there were any bad feelings between them, but it had been 17 years since Missy's disappearance. Perhaps they simply didn't recognize each other anymore.
That seems reasonable. Now then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination.
Fuck!
Iris, where were you standing when you witnessed all this?
What do you mean?
Well, if either of them had noticed you, they might not have continued their battle.
I wonder if that's true. The two of them, they were standing near the garden stone lantern. I was watching the whole thing from behind. It was dark where the two of them were, so I think that's why they didn't see me.
So it was dark in the garden when that murder took place.
So how did you recognize anything?
Tell me, what did Miss Maya Fey do after she was struck?
What happened to the victim's staff then? I'm not sure. The area was very dark, so I really couldn't see. I think it got knocked away somewhere as the fight escalated.
That makes sense. That would explain the need for the dagger.
Elise raised the dagger to strike. Also, wasn't that huge ass fucking like caved out area in front of the statue? Mystic Maya dodged it at the last second. The dagger struck the lantern and fell to the ground. And then at some point, Mystic Maya picked it up.
Nothing sounds especially strange yet. What did the victim do when the weapon was stolen?
You're saying that Maya Fey turned the tables on the victim? Yes. Yeah, see? The fucking snow ain't gone yet. The fucking snow patch ain't gone yet. But Mystic Maya wasn't herself at the time. After all, her life was in danger. I can't believe it. The idea of Maya cornering someone at knife point, that's just silly.
As they say, a cornered fox is more dangerous than a jackal. I believe the correct description of a cornered fox is scared and petrified. Your animal analogies have grown tiresome.
You would have wouldn't have started it.
Anyway, so after Maya Fey backed the victim into a stone lantern, what happened next?
Are you absolutely certain that's what you saw? Oh! Stabbed in the back. That's a fucking front view. She couldn't have been shanked in the back from that angle. She's talking shit. Yes, I'm almost certain. Almost certain? The garden was dark. I couldn't really tell who was who. I see. What did you just say? So in other words, it could have been someone else entirely.
We know that Maya Fey was at the inner temple that night, and that the woman that was killed was Elise de Nim. Isn't it fairly obvious who attacked who?
I don't have anything to counter that yet.
Well then, witness, please continue with your testimony. That was over and fell to the ground. So she was stabbed in the stomach then, huh?
Yes. You fucking liar. You fucking liar. And you cheat, and you hack, and you fraud.
Where did that dagger go?
I have no idea. It was dark and I couldn't see.
According to the detective who found the dagger, it was stuck into the pine tree in the garden. Most likely was flung toward the tree after the struggle.
But flung at such a fucking speed that it like embeds itself into the wood?
Crazy.
After being stabbed in the stomach, did the victim collapse right away? Now that I think of it, she seemed to stare at Mystic Maya for a while. And Mystic Maya stood there not moving an inch. Oh, a centimeter. It felt just like time had stopped.
So Wardo!
But then suddenly, as if the spell had worn off, Mystic Elise fell over.
Seems like a reasonable story at first, but
that's one thing that is completely impossible. The rarity of Maya stabbing someone, that alone is impossible, which means this faulty testimony must contain another contradiction in it somewhere. Hey, so, Iris? Iris, you are full of shit, you know that. Something about you just isn't right today, Iris. Huh? Until now, I didn't think you were the type to make such a careless mistake. However, the testimony you just gave contains quite a few contradictions. What do you mean? What's so wrong about my testimony? According to you, According to you, Maya Face stabbed the victim while she had her back to the stone lantern, correct? Yes, that's right. But in that case, the victim would have been stabbed in the stomach, right?
Yes, I think so.
But according to the autopsy report, the cause of death was due to blood loss from a stab wound in her back. This proves that the victim was stabbed from behind, not from the front. Sister Iris, it appears another seed of doubt has sprouted from your testimony. Yeah.
What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright?
It's simple. People are like books. We've all got a front and a back, you get my drift?
Is that all you have to say?
I can also say that darkness loves to play with the human mind. Could you please knock it off with the cheesy proverbs and illogical metaphors already? The point is, too much of the testimony just doesn't make sense. Throwing away a useful staff, the people fighting being mother and daughter, and now she falsely claims the victim was stabbed in the stomach.
You certainly have some inconsistencies.
Well, Iris, how about it? Yeah, well, it's just...
If you ask me, you're just being too naive about the whole thing.
What do you mean? Sip?
There are 253 distinct types of bitterness in coffee. But to pick out each one requires total concentration and the use of all the senses. Where are you really concentrating on what this witness actually said? Prosecutor Godot, explain yourself. The witness was quite unambiguous about her own ambiguities when she said that the garden was dark and she couldn't see clearly. A human needs one thing to see clearly, and that is light.
Light Yagami?
Light. By the way, did you know Hazakura has a rule that at nights when an acolyte is seen in temple training, the stone lantern in the garden must be kept lit?
You'd wonder what that stone lantern was there for.
Well, if that's true, should the witness have been able to see the crime more clearly? Normally, yes, Your Honor. But according to the head nun, Sister Bikini, on the night of the crime, it was impossible to light that stone lantern.
Impossible?
It hadn't been used in a long time and the wick was no good. In other words, it had to have been nearly pitch black in the garden that night. There could have been a faint light coming from the training hall, but that's all. Most enlightening.
Ha! Thanks, Judge.
Yes, that illuminating fact has chased all the contradictions away. If the staff was dropped, it would be difficult to see. It also explains why they didn't recognize each other.
Then why would they fight each other? Then what's the instigation?
We can't see the demons that lurk in the night. That's why humans are weak. Isn't that right, trite?
No! Huh?
Order! 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 There, Your Honor. Let me present the stone lantern into evidence.
Well, would you look at that?
Maybe it will rekindle a flame of truth in your mind.
Now I have the bloody drawing. Why is the judge just sitting there with a look on his face?
What's wrong, Your Honor? Was that flame too hot? This lantern. There's something written on it.
Huh?
Well, why? It's written in blood.
Oh boy. So the judge didn't know about that yet.
Written in blood. It says Maya upside down. What the?
Yes, that's right. After being cornered and stabbed by Mystic Maya, Mystic Elise didn't fall down right away. She must have been writing that on the stone lantern behind her. With the blood that was draining out of her body. From the back, you mean?
It totally looks that way. Hang on just a minute. What are you all talking about? What do you mean, what are you talking about?
We're talking about the message written in blood.
Nonsense. This lantern, it's as clean as a whistle.
Could it be? He can't see the bloody writing at all? Now that I think of it, he did say something to me yesterday.
I said it's pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything.
Oh boy. So that's what he meant by that.
In any case, this is obviously an important clue. We now know that the crime scene was dark, and that the victim scrawled this message on the stone lantern. Well, Mr. Godot, anything further? Mr. Godot? Okay then, let's move on.
I was literally shaking, and somehow I don't think it's from caffeine overdose.
I believe it has now been established that Mr. Nim was killed by Maya Fey.
That's just wrong!
Now it's time to turn our attention to you.
Yes, sir.
After the victim died, you did something, didn't you? Let's hear it. We're all ears.
Oh boy! Not the cover-up. After Mystic Elise died, I called out to Mystic Maya. I thought it was my duty to protect the future master of the Crane tradition. So I removed the body from the inner temple by myself. I dragged it behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge. And then I used the snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple and... I used the Shichishita to alter the way the wound looked.
Where's the drop?
Where's the drop? We still had the body falling 10 feet.
So you moved the body?
Yes, I was raised at Hazakura Temple. I owe a great deal of thanks to the Fey clan, but even so, I never imagined that at least the Nim was actually Misty Fey. I've committed a terrible sin.
A terrible trick of fate.
I believe you're looking for Twist of Fate, Your Honor. I intended to return to the inner temple after taking care of the body, but...
You were spotted by the head nun, correct?
Yes, and that's why I couldn't go back.
Your story makes sense, I suppose. Mr. Wright, go ahead with your cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor. Well...
So you waited until everything was over before making a move?
No, it's not like that.
She saw someone murdered right in front of her eyes. It's not surprising that she was a little timid. Yes, I suppose that's true. Sometimes when I'm watching lawyers argue back and forth with each other, I feel so helpless that I just sit quietly and wait for them to reach a conclusion.
Isn't that your job as the judge to mediate the argument? It wasn't until Mystic Maya saw me that it finally dawned on her what she had done.
So then, you knew? You knew the significance of the name Maya Fey?
Yes, of course I did. That's odd. I mean, Sister Bikini didn't recognize Maya's name, let alone her position. Anyway, she was a very special person indeed.
Why did you do that?
Because I didn't want Mystic Maya to be suspected in any way. I thought the best thing would be to remove the body from the crime scene.
You moved her body all by yourself?
Yes, I did. It would have been impossible if it wasn't for the snow.
The snow, huh?
I dragged it behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge.
Fuck! There was the snow at the time.
Can I see the tracks again? Yeah. Actually, yeah, the snow must have been used after the time then.
It's pretty amazing you can make it all the way across. It's a rickety old bridge.
It works. It looks worse than it is. It's surprisingly sturdy despite its age.
Like to say, idiots are too stupid to catch even a simple cold.
That's one other thing that bothers me. Why not just throw the body into the Eagle River? It would have been much easier than dragging it all the way to Hazakura Temple. You know, you got a point, Phoenix. I thought that it would still cast too much suspicion on my Mystic Maya. Why? Why? That's why I tried to take the body as far away as possible. The river is literally the furthest place you could carry a body, because it will never be fucking found. Huh. Makes perfect sense to me. Shut the fuck. For the time being. Anyway, what did you do after you crossed the bridge? The snowmobile! I knew that would show up sooner or later. Yes, I had the key. I used the snowmobile to travel from Hazakura Temple to Dusky Bridge. Since the part I was in question the other day. But I asked for more details. Yep. If you read it move her body by snowmobile, then there should be tracks left in the snow, right? Well, yes, naturally you would expect tracks. This picture was presented at yesterday's trial. Are these the tracks from that ride? Yes, I think they are. But I can only see one set of tracks here. I don't see what's so strange about that. Snow was still falling when I left Hazakura Temple. I see. Snow was still falling, huh? And then when the murder took place, it had already stopped. That's why there's such freshy looking tracks. How about it, Mr. Wright? What do you think about this testimony? It's very important, actually. When the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. That doesn't make sense if you stack it up against the other evidence. Your Honor, I like the statement Iris just made added to the testimony, but does it have something to do with the case? All will be made clear if you allow a statement to be added to the record. Huh. This should be fun. Let's get this snow business cleared up, shall we? Ha! Yes, sir. There have been a lot of contradictions in your testimony so far. This time, are you sure it's all true? Yes, I am. When the murder happened, the snow had already stopped. According to you, that's why the snowmobile tracks were so clear. That's right, I'm certain of it. I think I've trapped her this time. Let's see how you think. Snow, huh? Well, what is going on here? The snow really had stopped by the time of the murder. I mean, there's a bigger hole in her story than that movie The Greater Revelations. Huh. Well then, Mr. Trite, perhaps you'd like to share your theory with us. Let's see what's up your sleeve, or rather, at the end of your index finger. I don't want to believe it, but I don't think my logic is failing me. Iris is trying to pin the murder on Maya. But why would she want to do that? There's only one reason I can think of. By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. Really now? Really now? Do I use the weather report or the autopsy report? So it's not the weather report. Well, but the fucking bridge burned down! Wait, is that the autopsy report either? Huh? What do you mean? It's not the autopsy report either. Snow already stopped. Actually, then where's the body being dragged? What? The snow had already stopped, but that can't be right. It can't be right. What am I supposed to hand in here? The snow had already stopped. Yeah, but the weather report clearly says the snow stopped at 10:50. The bridge was on fire at 10:45. So she can't have been found there. She literally can't have been found there. But none of these files work for some reason. Yeah, but why doesn't neither the weather report nor the fucking autopsy report work? Because the fucking bridge was on fire. Okay, I figured it wouldn't be the sketch. I figured it wouldn't be the sketch. Is that what you were doing when Sister Bikini saw you? Yes, that's right. She probably thought the worst. Probably? More like definitely. I see. So Sister Bikini mistakenly thought you were the one that murdered Miss Dunham. I'm so sorry, please forgive me. My fault that this case has gotten so confusing. Take a sip, alright. Hey Phantom, how you doing, man? How you doing? Hope you're doing well. What a snowmobile. You've been lurking since the start. Well, look at you. Look at you staring through my window. Let me hear more about this snowmobile ride. Well, it was very cold that night, so I rode it all the way to the foot of the bridge. I'm sorry, witness, but now I've got a problem with your testimony. Look up. Oh, hi. Excuse me? Cadeau, what are you up to now? That night, after the head nun left the remainder of the training to you, she said she walked from Vienna Temple back to Hazakura Temple. Yes, I'm fairly certain that's what the record indicates. Let's recall her comments on the subject. Maybe, but when I made it back to Hazakura Temple, it was there. Oh, true. Been busy building Gundam Mini. Oh hell! You gotta show me. You gotta show me, man. An ex-colleague of mine like started building Gundams near the end, like I don't know, like half a year before he left. He like started building fucking Gundams. So I was like, god damn. And they were pretty cool. Like he had a pretty cool one, a very cool one on his desk. Is it a card game sort of thing? What the fuck? Huh. Alright. Snowmobile was in front of the gate. This is one of those contradictions, would you say? Why is he looking at contradictions now? Order! Mr. Godot! Why are you pointing out contradictions in a witness's testimony? Let's just say I like things to be neat and tidy, okay? Well, maybe, just a Bikini missed it. Yeah, maybe she didn't see it. You think she missed it? That doesn't sound right. Huh. Whatever. Even I don't think this is decisive enough to warrant any more time or effort. It's just, you'd better be careful in your testimony. That's all I wanted to say. A smart little cookie like you shouldn't have any trouble understanding that. Yes, sir. You got $2, you just free mini. Ooh! God dang, that's nice. What's that all about? And what Godot want to give me a hint? Very well then, let's continue with testimony. So you transported the body by snowmobile all the way to the Hazakura Temple courtyard. Yes, I thought that way Mystic Maya would never be suspected. That's what I thought anyway. And then I, Do I pull the weapon report now? No. So what do I pull here? Odyssey report? No. Do I now pull the snowmobile tracks? Need to hit this one could use a lot of plays. Give me a bit! Give me a bit and I'll see. Give me a bit, I'll see. Also, hey, Astro Dude. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Also, in my head, you would have seen like the fucking track of the body being dragged across the snow. So like, this one doesn't work either. Because the thing is, after the snow had stopped, that goes against everything that was said. That goes against every bit of evidence we have, technically. Even the fucking orb that's stuck in the snow. That's not what the new statement is not where to put it. Wait, what? This is just alter the way the wound looked. That is true. You removed the body, but you also took the staff with you for some reason. No. All the way across the bridge? Did you though? Did you though? Oh, unfortunate. God damn it, Larry. The one time I need your silly sketch. All the way across the bridge. But the bridge should be on fire according to your statement. Not the orb either, okay. There's so many things wrong with this. But I don't see the one that I'm supposed to hit at. What's the wound look? When I used her to carry to her temple. And then you stabbed her. Right. Use the snowmobile to carry the body back. But why? Why is this here? And why was the staff also in the courtyard? What if I just say, lol, look at the crime scene. Never mind. Save's coming! What's my duty? Yeah, whatever. Actually, you couldn't have known. Oh. Like, that's the other part. She couldn't have known. You couldn't have known that she's Mystic Maya because you don't know her. You bought RE5. Let's go, man. Sorry. Let's go, man. We're gonna play RE5. We are going to fucking play RE5. And you will have no objections against it. There's nothing you can do about it. But you literally don't know who Maya is. You didn't know she's the big king. You didn't know she's the future master. Damn it. You bought it for PS5 though. God damn it. Fine, guess I'm coming over. Fuck you. Fine, I'll take a plane. I'll take a plane, I'm coming over, fuck you. You cannot escape. You cannot escape. You cannot escape me. The thing that's currently escaping me is the evidence I'm supposed to present. Called her the Mystic Maya, fought the duty. Protect the future master of the tradition. But you didn't know she was the future master. That doesn't mean Iris didn't. Yeah, but how would she know? How would she know? I'm sleeping on the floor. No, I'm stealing your bed. I'll kick you out of the bed. It's mine now. He didn't know, but that doesn't mean Iris didn't. Iris knew from her. Iris knew because of Dahlia. I think. Because she got channeled. Let's make it obviously clear. She was there. She was being channeled. By Mia. No, by fucking Pearls. Not by Mia's dead. What am I saying? But how would she know? She lived in the fucking mountains. For years. Body yourself. Giant head behind you all the way across the bridge. Are you sure? Because according to you, the bridge would be on fire at that point. I'll be to carry the temple and use the shit to alter the wound. You call out to... You called out to an armed person. Huh. Remove the body from being a temple. Still 50, still 20 bucks on Steam, so? There was a summer sale earlier, you know. The body from a temple yourself. Why would you do that? Because in the one you want to be suspected anyway. The best thing would be to remove the body from the crime scene. Possible if it wasn't for the snow. Remove it all by yourself. That's technically impossible. No much. What am I missing? What am I missing here? I am being like fucking baited on so many arguments, but not the one I'm supposed to go after. What am I missing here? Oh, how would you stop? That's whatever. I don't want to believe it. Yeah, she's trying to pin the murder on Maya. Yeah, because Dahlia told her to. Because Dahlia told her, because Morgan told her, because Morgan's a whore. Shit. There's a body behind me all the way across the bridge, and you use the snow to alright, give me a hint on this one. I'm missing something completely obvious, I think. But I can't grasp it right now. What am I looking for? Clarice Denim, whatever. No one knows about this except me and Gumshoe. The victim's blood on it, yeah, because she fucking shanked it with it. That's what Pearl had. So she didn't know about this. That's what Pearl had. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't know why I thought about that. I don't know why I thought about that. What am I missing? Well, I think about the bridges, right? I just need to say it in game. But showing the weather report didn't work. Why does it suddenly... I gaslit myself into thinking I hit it. I was gaslighting myself thinking I did it that way. I know I showed the weather report on 2 different occasions, but it wasn't the one I'm supposed to show it on. Thank you, by the way. Of course, I mean, wait a minute. I found it out. I found out after definitely not looking it up. Don't worry, guys. I worked in Blizzard. That makes sense. I mean, obviously it makes sense, but like, I just, oh well. You claim that the snow had already stopped when the murder occurred. Well, I'm sorry, Iris. That just ain't possible. What? This is the weather data from a night of the murder. According to this, the snow didn't stop until 10:50 p.m. But you couldn't have crossed Dusky Bridge at the time, cause it was on fire. Why do you say that? Because 5 minutes before the snow stopped, Dusky Bridge was struck by lightning and had caught on fire. What did you say? The bridge, it was on fire? Well, yeah, you should have seen that, you know. Don't you mean to say you didn't know about it? It was because of that lightning strike that the bridge burned down. What? But it can't be. Looks like you still haven't figured it out. No matter how hard you try to deceive or conceal the truth, you can't pull the wool over the eyes of the real defense attorney. No! Order! 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 The bridge was already on fire when the incident took place. That's right, Vita Temple was already totally cut off from the outside world. There's no way you could have crossed the bridge. Body or no body. Well, there is one way to cross the bridge, and that's by flying. Did the country say but 7? The country 4 came 7? Yeah, I think I put it on 7 and like 5, I think. I missed it by like 20 seconds. 20 seconds, I mean like by like one statement, unfortunately. Witness, even my patience has its limits. Any further lying and I will find you in contempt of court. We have anything to say for yourself? Yeah. The only person here that is truly contemptible is you. Okay, buddy. Old man. Me? Oh, how dare you? Whether this witness lied or not doesn't mean squat right now. I beg to differ. It's a squat. The important thing now is to find out the truth, isn't that right? Yes, of course, but
Whether it was snowing or not snowing, or whether the bridge was burning or not, there are two facts that can't be disputed. First, the body of Ulysses was discovered in the Hazakura temple courtyard. The second, the head nun, Sister Bikini, witnessed Iris desecrating the body.
Makes a good point on both accounts. That's right. I'm not lying.
What are you claiming this time?
I wasn't myself at all that night, so my memory is still somewhat hazy. You have stood at this witness stand and testified this entire time. Are you telling us now that your memory of that night is hazy?
It is only human to err. You're perfect, Wright. Maybe you can explain this for the court.
What is it?
When the murder happened, the bridge had already burned down. But somehow the body traveled across the bridge and was found in the temple courtyard. Perhaps you have some kind of perfect explanation for this little magic trick.
Not exactly, no.
I heard there must be some other way she got across the burned out bridge.
She was flying! But unless I can somehow demonstrate it, we'll never know the truth.
It looks like the defense is not prepared to offer a suitable explanation. You see what I mean? In other words, you're in no position to suggest that this lady's testimony isn't the truth. Alright then, witness, let's hear your testimony once more.
About what, Your Honor?
You've admitted that you moved the victim's body. Nevertheless, your prior testimony contained a rather large inconsistency. Please add an explanation for what you did to your testimony.
Yes, Your Honor. Will this be a final testimony?
No, it's not.
Moving the body. Move your body.
Yeah.
Other than walking over the bridge, there's no way to move the body. So I must have just gotten confused, I guess. Was the snow still falling or had it stopped? Does it really matter that much?
Yes.
Or are you saying that there is a way to cross a burning bridge? Yes, actually.
So it was just a misunderstanding, I see. This is a photo of Dusky Bridge after it burned down from a lightning blast. It was taken in the morning after the incident. It certainly was burned to a crisp, and one of the suspension wires even snapped.
And that's the momentum you need to fling your ass across the bridge. I knew it. I knew it from the very start. The moment I saw the suspension thing missing. The moment I saw the suspension wire missing. And Larry saying she flew. I knew what the fuck happened. I knew she Half-Life 2 herself over there.
It's amazing the whole bridge didn't fall. Clearly it would be impossible to carry a corpse across the bridge in this condition.
Unless I do something to discredit his testimony, it's going to be deemed as the truth. And Maya will be accused of murder.
Right, I'm only going to say it one more time. It is only human to err. And only humans can spot error of our own ways.
The more sense he makes, the less sense he makes.
Alright, Mr. Wright, please begin your final cross-examination.
Move your body. Anyway, safe scummy, woohoo! Save on both accounts, fuck it.
Yes, but if the snow had already stopped when the incident took place,
I couldn't have crossed the bridge, naturally. But I think it's just like Mr. Godot said, the boy did make it across somehow.
Yes, we fucking yeeted that bitch.
But you seemed to be quite sure of yourself when you gave your testimony. You said you were sure the snow had already stopped. I'm terribly sorry, I was wrong. Does she really think an apology is going to get her off the hook?
This is no joke. You're giving sworn testimony in the court of law. Lard. The court of lard. It's just like an American store or some shit.
That's right, let me ask you a question. Do you remember what the weather was like on the week ago today?
Like 1 week ago today?
Huh?
Well, naturally it was, yeah...
You see, it's not that easy to remember, is it? But if it happened some kind of special day, I would have remembered. For example, it was pouring rain on the day of my elementary school graduation.
No one wants to hear about your childhood traumas, Wright.
That's tough coming from you. What?
By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. You insist on obsessing over that one statement. Let's see the proof. Show some evidence that the body can somehow cross the bridge while it was on fire.
There is a way. Well, I don't see why there could be a way across. Is that right? Don't you think that sounds a bit silly? Nuh-uh! A dead body crossing a burning bridge. Did anyone actually witness such a thing? Yes! Someone did!
Huh. There was. I don't think you'd call someone like that a witness. After all, a dream isn't the same as actually seeing something.
Come all this way, so I owe it to everyone to figure this one out. But how do you transport a body across a burning bridge? Even if I don't know the exact answer yet, it's okay. I'll start by examining all of my evidence and see where that takes me. It's gotta be like a shark. If I don't keep moving, I'm as good as dead. Hey, check out this funky drawing. A dead body flying over a burning bridge. What exactly rule out the possibility? What?
Huh. You're saying it's possible. Don't make me laugh. The only thing that's possible about your claims is that it's been pulled out of thin air.
Speaking of air, I don't know about that. In any case, we have a witness who did see it happen. Preposterous. Oh, who is it? Who is this witness? I can't chicken out here. I've got to keep on the attack and go. Mr. Lee Denham's brilliant and highly gifted apprentice, Laurice Denham.
Brilliant. Highly gifted.
Apprentice? Remember what he said in his testimony. That night he was at the mountain shack, Heavenly Hall. And that's when he witnessed the event. I think you've all seen this sketch before. It's an exact drawing of what he witnessed that night.
Are you serious? Today's not April Fool's Day, is it? Mr. Wright, are you seriously claiming that the victim flew through the air?
Yes!
And you're using this pathetic scribble to support your argument?
Yes! Uh-oh, the judge looks like he's about to blow a gasket.
Huh. Well, it's right, there's nowhere for you to hide now. Other than looking like it was drawn by a 6-year-old, does the sketch prove anything?
Yes, I'm pretty sure it does, and I'm going to prove it.
Listen, I know your tricks. You're trying to turn this whole thing upside down. If you're so eager to turn this case upside down, why not start with this sketch?
Upside down? Why did Godot say that? What do you mean turn it upside down? I'm literally twisting my head actually, by the way. That's not how a suspension bridge works! There's no reason to turn it upside down. Anyway. What is this, ghost trick? Wait, no, it wasn't ghost trick. That was... whatever.
What exactly is the sketch trying to show?
I don't think old Whisker Face is going to forgive any more mistakes. Right, Phoenix, look carefully and think it over. The sketch drawn by Laurice Denham is... exactly what happened. No, I don't believe y'all. Of course the victim was flying through thin air. You can see it right here in the sketch. Whoosh!
You know, you're starting to remind me of yesterday's witness.
Yeah! That was the last thing I wanted to hear.
Do you have any evidence the victim flew through the air?
Just so you know, we haven't discovered a giant human catapult at the inner temple yet. I wish they had.
Even if you're a lousy lawyer, at least you're one cup's worth of entertainment. I think we should skip the penalty this time.
There must be some way, I just know it. There must be a way to use Larry's sketch to show the truth of what happened.
Alright then, the witness will now return to her testimony.
What? 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 Hang on. The wires are upside down, ain't they? Fuck, he was right! He was fucking right!
I can't believe we're looking at this again.
I admit that I didn't really understand it before, but I get it now. That's why I believe his sketch shows the truth.
Very well. Alright then, let's hear your defense theory.
Oh yeah, because Larry was lying upside down, wasn't he?
Contradiction.
Something is obviously funny about this sketch.
I'm not an art critic, but even I could see that.
No, that's not what I mean, Your Honor. Aristotle stated it over and over, that this sketch was exactly as he saw it. Yeah, he saw it upside down. Look at him. He's lying on the fucking floor. However, if we're to believe his testimony, then the sketch contradicts reality as we know it. It contradicts reality?
Huh. This is getting interesting. Looks like you're back at that finger-pointing thing again. Okay, Trite, so what exactly contradicts reality as we know it?
It's the end of the world as we know it. It's this wire connected to the bridge.
The wire? Huh. Said the finger contradicts reality?
Yep, it is indeed.
Then show us the reality it supposedly conflicts with. Show us something that will point out how the sketch contradicts reality. That's a photo of Dusky Bridge, correct?
Yep. Now compare the sketch and the photo for a minute. In the sketch, the wires appear to be above the guard wires. However, on the actual bridge,
Jumping Jehoshaphat!
the wires are below the guard wires.
Phew. Order, order, order! This sketch is somewhat different than what's depicted in the photo. However, isn't it likely that the artist just saw it wrong?
Or perhaps he just drew it wrong.
Either way, it sounds like you're just wrong.
Nuh-uh. With someone like Louise, I admit a mistake is a definite possibility. But then that begs the question. Why did he make a mistake? What was the reason?
Are you just saying you know the answer to that?
Yep. Listen, think back, alright? Remember what Louise was doing when he witnessed this event? He was at Heavenly Hall waiting for a lover that was never going to come. He waited and finally he laid down. But then, lightning shoots through the sky and sets the bridge aflame. Now ponder what sort of position Loris must have been in at the time. He was lying on his back, which is why he remembered the scene the way he did.
He was lying on his back. I can't see how it relates.
But it does, Your Honor. That is the reason why the wires in the sketch go up instead of down.
Ah!
Ugh.
No way.
Louis didn't witness the event while he was lying on his back, face up. In other words, the scene that he saw was actually upside down.
So then, the sketch should actually...
I think you finally get it, Your Honor. The correct way to view Louis Denham's sketch is like this. Bum bum. This is how it should actually look. The victim's body wasn't flying above the bridge, it was actually swinging below. That's right, just like a pendulum.
Ridiculous! Order, order, order! Of all the things to say, a pendulum.
The bridge was burning to a crisp. there was no way to get across it. But if the body had been found at the inner temple, it would have caused problems. This is where the criminal decided to take a gamble. They used the burning bridge to get the body across to the other side, and the pendulum was the only way to get it done.
Let's think about this for a minute, shall we? Dusky Bridge is about 20 yards long, which means it's about that far from the inner temple to the opposite cliff.
Yeah, that sounds right.
In order to cover that distance with a pendulum, you need a rope at least 10 yards long. To get a rope that long, you have to plan ahead.
The lightning strike that night can only have been an accident. However, so it doesn't make sense that the culprit would have prepared the rope beforehand. So then, they didn't have to get the rope ready. The rope was already right in front of them. What? I'm saying it was just a matter of using what was already there.
In that case, Mr. Wright, please give us an explanation to support your theory. What makes you think the criminal had the rope in hand to create the pendulum? And the meaning of this is?
If you want to know where the rope came from, it's hanging right there in front of your glorious bed.
Oh! This is one of the wires from the bridge.
When the lightning struck the bridge, it set on fire. One of the suspension wires came loose from its anchor. Okay, so they didn't they didn't half-life themselves across it, but they still swung. The criminal didn't have any time to waste, so they tied the wire around Mr. Elise Denham's body and fucking flung it across. Yeah, yay! Because there was simply no other way to move the body. Drink it down, fool. This will be your last cup.
Mr. Godot! It seems that Mr. Godot was more focused on his coffee than answering my question. It seems that the odds of a rope being readily available were very high. So I suppose that it's not an impossibility after all.
Possible or impossible, that's the question we need to ask. There's only one question. Did that really happen?
Right? I wonder if you can prove what happened to us.
I have no proof at all, but hey, fuck it.
Do you have any actual evidence that the body was swung over like a pendulum?
Before I present my evidence, let me review what we know so far. According to this photo, one of the wires snapped. Looking at the map, we can see it's the one that was in front of the inner temple.
So then, there was a spot where the criminal...
Yes, precisely. Now let's consider the body's movement by looking at the overhead map again. The body was pushed from this point here. Whee! Whoop. It would drop on the opposite bank at approximately this point.
Did you say drop?
Well, they must have failed to catch the body on the other bank. What makes you think something like that happened? Because I have evidence that suggests the body dropped some distance. What kind of evidence? Take a look at this autopsy report. It says here that her body fell about 10 feet after her death.
10 feet, huh?
That's most likely the height difference between the two sides. The body overswung due to forward momentum and then came loose and fell about 10 feet. Hey, Jason, what's poppin'? How you doing? And then as a result of the landing impact, this crystal sphere was knocked loose. Oh, so I could have presented either evidence. Good thing I picked the sphere. That's... Yep, this bloodstained amethyst crystal, it's the one that came off Miss Elise Dunham's staff. And even more importantly is the place where the crystal sphere was found.
Indeed, I believe it's already marked on this overhead map.
Just rotten at home, I feel that.
The crystal was
Oh! Precisely, Your Honor. In the very spots, the pendulum would arrive if given the right amount of speed.
This explains your theory quite well, Mr. Wright. You have provided us with a way the body could have been moved that night.
Uh-oh.
An impressive deduction, Mr. Wright. Most impressive.
Ow!
Mr. Wright!
August objection again. We are doing fine, actually. I thought this cold coffee might help you cool down.
Well, what is the meaning of this, Mr. Godot? There was a dark and bitter guess that you made, Wright. But you forgot about one thing. Oh, and what would that be? The aroma.
Huh?
In coffee's most reliable accomplices, it's deep and profound.
Shut up! With your funny coffee thing. The rest of the code doesn't speak Coffinese. Coffinese!
If the criminal had sent the body to the other side, as you say, then naturally there must have been an accomplice lying in wait to catch it. But accomplice? The criminal wasn't able to cross the Dusky Bridge. So, who collected the body? What do you have to say about that, Wright?
Yeah.
Mr. Goodall is correct. This can't be the work of a single person. Well, Mr. Wright, you know what you must do.
Yes, Your Honor. Body couldn't have made to Hazakura Temple without an accomplice.
Very well, then, if you please, Mr. Wright. Who was the person that received the body in Hazakura Temple?
No, couldn't have been her. She's dead. She's being busy at Vienna Temple. She was busy at Vienna Temple, so she couldn't have been it. Even when she channeled Dahlia. Okay, this is gonna sound incredibly wacky to the court. This is gonna sound incredibly wacky to the court. But. She was at the... Dahlia was channeled at the Inner Temple. She's in solitary confinement, so whatever. Larry couldn't have been it. Unless. I doubt it. I somehow doubt it. It can only be you, Sister Iris. Huh? Ah? But I don't see why you're so surprised. The only way to transport the body from Dusky Bridge is by snowmobile. But with her bad back, Sister Bikini could never pick up a body like that. You're the only one that could have managed it.
Right, were you even listening to the witness's testimony? On the night of the crime, this little cutie pie was on the cleanup duty near the temple garden after the mother-daughter bloodbath.
Nuh-uh! I haven't forgotten, but have you, Mr. Godot? This witness was also seen at Hazakura Temple, desecrating the corpse of the victim.
Strange indeed. It's almost as if, on that night, the defendant was in
two different places at the same time. Mr. Iris, let me ask you something. Why didn't you mention it when you first gave your testimony? Mention what?
The pendulum, of course. Using the sketch drawn by an eyewitness, I have established how the body was moved using the burnt-out bridge.
Which means it's now a fact that this occurred, something you should have already known. No, I had no idea. I didn't know anything about the pendulum. But the body couldn't have been passed along the other side without your help. So you should have known about it. In fact, it'd be impossible for you to be clueless about this whole thing. Unless you're not really Irish to begin with. What? How can you say that, Mr. Wright?
What kind of nonsense is this? You're saying this witness isn't Iris of Hazakura Temple? Are you serious, Wright? You mean This woman is. There's no one besides Iris who could have received a corpse that night. Now I get it. Now I know why I've been sick to my stomach this whole trial. Why her whole demeanor changed so suddenly from yesterday, and why she's trying to pin this murder on Maya. The woman that's standing there at the witness stand. Her real name is... Ah, fuck. Ah, fuck. Is it Dahlia? She's executed. You worked in a temple, you couldn't have been it. Can she even channel? Wait, that can't be it. Okay, never mind. Mr. Wright. Okay, fine. No, she's in she's in solitary, never mind. Kelly Elliott's gumshoe. Imagine. She was at in a temple. Surely she's not being channeled right now, right? She's still lost. She couldn't be channeling. She was found at the temple, so she couldn't be in here. Also, I met Pearl at the start of the. I met Pearl in the defendant's chamber. I never thought I'd have to utter your name again, let alone see you. It's been a long time, Dahlia Hoffman. Hoffman? Sister Iris had a twin sister. And you're looking right at her, Miss Dahlia Hoffman. That name rings some bells. Distant bells, but bells nonetheless. Bells! Huh. It's just your imagination, Grams. This file contains all the relevant data about Dahlia Hoffman. Oh yes, I remember now. That case. 5 years ago. Dahlia Hoffman. But according to this, Dahlia Hoffman is already dead. It says the execution was carried out last month. So what? Death has no meaning in this courtroom. What? That is true. Order! 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 Wait a moment! How can you? My sister, she's already dead! What kind of... You of all people should already understand. After all, the blood of the master of the current channeling techniques flows within that body. The current channeling technique? No, where I've heard that. That's right, you're not Dahlia Hoffman herself. You're the spirit of Dahlia, currently inhabiting the body of a spirit medium. What an exciting story. Exciting, but quite impossible. You're asking us to buy that Dahlia Hoffman just happened to be channeled by someone on the very night of the murder to a temple where her twin sister Iris was. Well, if you're going to put things that way, then yes. We're supposed to believe a coincidence like that just happened. It's not a coincidence, it was planned. Naturally, it was no coincidence. The whole thing was part of the plan from the very beginning. It's all written right here in these instructions.
What's that? These instructions were written by your mother, Morgan Fay. And part of the plan called for Dahlia Hoffman to be channeled. That night, there were 2 irises at Hazakura Temple. 2 of them. Even the time of the channeling was planned out as soon as you hear the lights out bell. In other words, 10 p.m. However, Iris was seen before dinner time. That means the Iris that was at dinner was the real Iris. And the Iris who gave me this hood in the main hall was also the real Iris. Meaning that the Iris Sister Bikini saw at the inner temple was someone else dressed as her, namely one Dahlia Hoffman.
We even know what you're saying, Trite. This whole channeling the spirit of Dahlia Hoffman business. Yes, it's true that you found plan for talk about it. However, there's one thing that's perfectly clear. The witness currently standing in the witness stand is the real Iris.
But what?
Calm down and remember what you know about the night of the crime. After meeting Sister Bikini with Dahlia Hoffman that had been channeled, would have been stranded at the inner temple due to the lightning strike.
Yes, that's because it's pearls.
Whee! It was later that the body was moved by pendulum. That's right. Naturally, that would mean that the Iris that received the body was the real Iris. Are you with me so far? Yep. After being notified of what happened, the police came to Hazakura Temple's main hall. They found Iris in the room and arrested her. And ever since, she's been under police supervision at the detention center.
I suppose. I can't deny any of that. Phew, thank goodness. It looks like he's finally convinced. But something still seems off. Way off. I'm sort of convinced that the Iris here is the same one from the other night.
Huh. I suppose you're about to say something really ridiculous? Like the real Iris and the spirit of Dahlia somehow switched places? Switched places? To be perfectly honest, there are still quite a few things I don't understand. What I do know, that unless we confirm the witness's identity, we can't continue with this trial.
Iris doesn't have the spiritual power needed to channel Dahlia. Which means they must have switched places somewhere.
Well, Mr. Wright, since the time she was at Ursa Hazakura Temple, haven't there been any chances for Iris to switch places with Dahlia Hoffman?
Yep. Your Honor, I think there might have been one chance.
Oh, explain yourself.
Yesterday for a few minutes, Iris's whereabouts were unknown because she knocked out Edgeworth. Oh well, you know, Edgeworth kinda panicked. What I mean is, there was a span of time in which Iris was able to move about freely, unsupervised.
Well, who wasn't? Who would give a murder suspect time to move about free like that?
I'm sorry, I know you didn't mean to. It wasn't your fault. The person who gave Iris a chance to freely move about was...
This is... Mr. Edgeworth, isn't it?
Your Honor, there was a fairly large earthquake yesterday, was there not?
An earthquake? Earthquake? Oh my goodness. At the inner temple, this kind of terror might...
fuck us all over.
Yep.
Yep. We went to the inner temple right away. And it's true, Iris was already there. However, they had already switched places by that point in time. When I arrived at the training hall, I was met by none other than Dahlia Hoffman.
Well, that's quite enough already, Mr. Wright. Now see here, no judge in his right mind would consider the idea of spirit channeling it.
Uh-oh. It's been a long time, Mr. Judge.
That voice!
Guess I'll have to ask again.
Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. That's one of my rules.
Dahlia Hoffman, and my current profession? Permanently retired.
Huh. So you're not going to bother hiding your identity anymore, huh?
Why should I? After all, I'm dead. There's really nothing you can do to punish me.
Well, What is going on here?
Dahlia Hoffman.
Never thought we'd meet again. I've never thought we'd meet like this. But this time I'll end it. For her and for myself. To be continued. Well, would you look at that?
$1 p.m. So the blood test should come in, right?
No, then let's continue where we left off, shall we? Well, witness?
Yes, how can I help you, Mr. Judge?
Well, it seems that if we're to learn the truth, we'll need to hear your testimony.
I have no problem with that. But when you've seen what I have, sometimes the truth is better left unknown.
In any case, let's hear your testimony. Tell us about the plan that was carried out that night. Oh boy! The plan.
The whole plan began with my death. A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master. But for it to work, Maya Fay would first have to die. The idea was for me to kill Maya, and then we have to blame Pinned on Iris. The plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway.
So that means you really are...
Wait a minute! Did you just say the plan was to kill Maya Fay? Yeah, you have a problem with that? Don't give us that nonsense, there's no way that...
Watch yourself, trite. If you've got a problem, solve it during cross-examination. That's one of my rules. Mr. Godot is correct, and by the way, that's one of my rules as well.
To kill Maya? Could it be true? Yes, and that's why Misty came over.
Because Misty knew.
You were executed last month, correct? Yes, I was hanged. It wasn't exactly pleasant. How did you manage to discuss the plan? Why did you talk with Morgan Fay? Last year, she was transferred to the same detention center as me. Since I wasn't death row and she was my mother, it was actually pretty easy to meet with her.
I see. So that's when you discussed the plan.
Ha! Are you crazy? At first, that woman was planning to kill me as well, even though I'm her own daughter. All to make Pearl Fay the master of Kurain. She's a cold, twisted woman. She thought she could finally regain her lost honor. The honor she lost when her younger sister, Misty, took her place as the master. Ever since that day, she's been working on this plan.
A plan, huh?
You're talking about Pearl Fay, is that correct? Yes, though at first she had high hopes for the two of us.
You and your twin sister, Iris.
That's correct. Fortunately, neither of us had much spiritual power. That's why we were abandoned by her, along with our father.
Well, abandoned?
The only person I ever really cared about in life was myself. My sister was a nuisance, so I convinced my father to leave her at an old temple. You mean Iris? Yes, my father remarried a woman who also had a daughter. The less children you have, the more money there is to go around, right? And on top of that, my father had absolutely no interest in children in general.
Oh, how horrible.
The real horrible one was that woman, that bitter, vengeful woman. It was her stubbornness that gave birth to that child, Pearl Fay. She was born with an abundance of spiritual power, unfortunately for her. Morgan Fay heaped all of her broken hopes and dreams onto that poor child's back. All because of her pathetic dreams of having her bloodline become the main family. Maya would have to die, but why? For her bloodline to succeed as the main family, thus making Pearl the new master, remaining descendants of the current master had to be taken care of. But Pearl would never agree to a plan like that. She adores Maya. How sad, you still don't get it, do you? What Pearl wanted was had nothing to do with it. Morgan didn't care one bit about Pearl. The only thing she cared about was the position of the master. That's all. That's ridiculous. She was willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to achieve her goal. The life of her daughter, and naturally the life of Maya Fey as well. How could anyone do that? You were going to kill Maya? Pearl didn't need to know anything about it. All she had to do was follow the instructions in the letter and channel me. Then I would have simply used her body and finished the job. In any case, I'm already dead, and there's nothing any of you can do to me. Ah! So the plan was to blame the crime on your younger twin, on Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple. She and I look absolutely identical, no one can tell us apart. If someone were to witness me killing Maya, naturally they would think it was Iris that had done it. And the witness in this case was the head nun, Sister Bikini. I never would have guessed she was going to return to Hazakura Temple that night, but she wound up seeing Iris' crime anyway. But why did you want to pin the murder on Iris in the first place? She's your twin sister, isn't she? Twin sister? Don't make me laugh. She's nothing but a backstabber. I couldn't care less about her. Backstabber? You just don't understand, do you? You never will. Anyway. You think the plan was a success? You heard me. Just as that woman had hoped. Maya Fey is dead. Now the title of the master will pass on to Pearl Fey. That's absurd. She's just trapped inside the sacred cavern. Really? You're as foolishly optimistic as ever, aren't you? My darling Feeny. Ah. Do you want to know the truth? Ever since we met, I've despised you. Your sniveling naivete and your pathetic faith in other people. I just want to know one thing. What did you personally think of Morgan Fey's plan? I told you already, didn't I? It was a stupid plan. It had no point, no value other than fulfilling her own greedy desires. Yes, it was certainly nothing to be proud of. That's how you feel. Why did you help her carry it out? Why would you do it? Why would you kill Maya? You may not understand it, being the kind and gentle soul that you are. You may not be able to appreciate why someone like me would help a woman like that. So then tell me, why? Isn't it obvious? I'm not like that woman. I only act in my own self-interest. The reason I helped her was for myself. For my own personal satisfaction. What did you say? So this woman Dahlia Halfin, she had her own reason for wanting Maya dead. Do you understand why I would kill Maya Fey now? What my own goal was? Revenge. Obviously, it's because you were helping Morgan Fey. Helping? Don't make me laugh. From the day I was born to the day I died, I never helped anyone. I lived for myself, and in the end, I died for myself. I thought that was obvious. So she wasn't actually cooperating with Morgan. She was just using Morgan in her plans so she could accomplish her own goal. All I wanted to do was kill Maya Fey. That was the only way I could think of to get revenge. Revenge? Looks like I have no choice but to present that piece of evidence. Can't believe it! She meant to kill Maya! Got to keep a cool head. And I need to get more information out of her. It's the only way to understand this plan, which was after all. But why? Why did you want to kill her again? Huh. What was your point in killing her? What was your reason to kill her? revenge on Mia because she banged you? Like she banged you in court? Yeah, she banged you into jail. Could it be that your actual goal had nothing to do with Maya Fey herself? They said none of you have the power to punish me anymore because I'm already dead. Well, I had the same problem, you see. You can't punish the dead, and you can't take revenge against them either. You wanted to take revenge on someone. I was sent to die because of that woman, Mia Fey. If someone knew this was it, I wanted to send her a message. It was at her hands that I suffered my first humiliation. I wanted her to feel the same pain she made me feel. Sadly, when I realized revenge was impossible, I gave up.
And the reason it was impossible? Was it perhaps because Mia Fey had already died?
Yes, and I realized there's only one way to take revenge against the dead.
And how do you do that?
Even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. I wanted to take away the person that Mia Fey loved most. I wanted to kill her with my own hands. That would be the one and only reason I could take my revenge against Mia Fey. That was the reason I helped out with that woman's plans. Just for that? For that you would kill Maya? Your goal was no different than that of Morgan Fey.
As they say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. What a cruel plan. Cruel, cold, and heartless.
Huh. Don't waste your time preaching to the dead. I've already told you there's not a thing you can do to me.
Ah!
That night, at about 9:30 p.m., I materialized into this world. I quickly pinned my hair up and put on a demon warding hood. Then I picked up the staff that was by my side and left Hazakura village. So it was at least a Nimble channeled her after all. Why? That ridiculous headman never noticed a thing. She left Maya Fey at the inner temple and wobbled back, clutching her poor old back.
What do you do then?
That kid was easier to handle than I had hoped. I caught her with her in front of the stone lantern. Then I took out the dagger and got from the storeroom and... So then you're saying you stabbed Maya? It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that.
What does that mean? No clear memory.
I don't know. I think I was stabbed. You were stabbed? At the last minute. Maya Fey must have stabbed me, I'm sure of it. That's not like her at all. Maya would stab a French fry with a plastic fork. Anyway, I suddenly lost consciousness. But before I did, I scrawled her name on the lantern. Just as I was passing out, I wrote Maya behind my back. I had hoped I would cast suspicion on her. Can't believe she was thinking of that until the bitter end. That's when my memory temporarily stops.
It stops.
I don't have any memory of actually killing Maya Fey with my own two hands. My very last memory was Maya's terror-filled eyes. When I woke up after that, I was in the sacred cavern surrounded by darkness.
You were in the sacred cavern.
The entrance was sealed with one of those trick locks. Somehow I had been trapped in there.
But how did you wind up in there?
I'd like to know that myself. Anyway, I was worried. I didn't know whether or not Maya Fey was dead. And I swore I wouldn't return to the underworld until I knew I had killed her myself.
For a ghost, you're one tough cookie.
I wanted to get out of there and make sure she was dead. But I couldn't do it. I couldn't get out.
The trick lock stopped you, huh?
I didn't know how to remove it.
So then you're saying you were actually confined against your will inside this cavern?
Yes, I wanted to get rid of that annoying lock as soon as possible. But it wasn't easy. I kept getting interrupted while I was working on it.
Interrupted?
It was early in the morning, but someone came into the training hall.
What? Who?
Could have been Maya? I thought the same thing, but I couldn't see.
Why not?
If someone had spotted me, I would have lost my chance to take revenge, so I made sure to hide myself well at the back of the sacred cavern. That morning, only two people could have gone to the training hall. Maya and Pearls.
Birds wanted to coat the hang of scroll in gravy. Still, I finally managed to remove the lock, but that was too late. What do you mean by that? The flies had already started to gather. The bridge had been fixed and the police had started an investigation, correct? Oh, the bridge was fixed. Okay, cool. Naturally, I couldn't go out, so instead, I returned to the cavern and put the lock back on myself. I realized I wouldn't get a chance to see Maya's corpse as I had hoped. But just then, Lady Luck showed up. Lady Luck? After the big earthquake, she showed up all by herself. The real Iris? She said she'd come to make sure the Sacred Cavern was alright, stupid girl. I came out from the Sacred Cavern and got a feel for the situation. And I locked her away in my place. I had finally learned exactly what had happened. It was then that I learned that the plan had actually succeeded. What do you mean your plan had succeeded? I misunderstood one thing, you see. That night, the one that had summoned me, I'd assumed that it was Pearl Fey. Well, of course you would have assumed that. It was written in the instructions. But I was wrong. The person who had actually channeled my spirit back was... Misty Fey. The picture book author. What? Well, that's really the only possibility, isn't it? After I lost consciousness in the garden, it was her body that was left lying there. Maya Fey. I wasn't able to kill her with my own hands after all. But even so, I made her commit the most vile sin a human can commit. And that is? Matricide. The sin of killing her own mother. Ah! No way! Order the court. What is the meaning of this? It's true that I was the one who attacked Maya Fey, but even so, the murderer who actually snuffed out Misty Fey's life was none other than your darling little Maya. Ridiculous! That's nonsense! Are you sure about that? Just think about it. There is even evidence upon this fact, isn't there? What? What do you mean? What is this so-called evidence? The fact that Maya Fey disappeared is evidence enough, isn't it? Huh? The idea that she's still in the Sacred Cavern is just ridiculous. She hasn't been able to escape from being a temple, that much is obvious. In that case, there's only one place she could be. Where? You would have to spell it out. The bottom of the Eagle River. Where else? Eagle River? Maya Fey killed her long-lost mother. Can you imagine the guilt she must have felt when she realized that? That's why she threw herself into Eagle River. Most bodies that wind up in there are lost forever. But then she pulled me out of the water. So, what do you have to say now, Feeny? Oh. Ring ring. Oops. Sorry, that's my phone. What kind of ringtone is that? Beep. Godot here. Okay, thanks. Was it something important? They just finished removing a lock from the Sacred Cavern. That's great! What about Maya? There was a woman in the cave. Was it Maya Fey? It was the accused, Sister Iris. Then Maya's right here channeling Dahlia. Huh? Don't look so surprised. I locked her in there yesterday. I just finished telling you that. So, what about Maya? Where is she? There was no one else found inside the Sacred Cavern. No. Can't they? I told you, didn't I? She's dead. No. No! No, she's right here. She's right here in this courtroom. It seems that this case has come to an end. A tragic end. Nuh-uh!
Nuh-uh!
Sadly, it appears the killer of the least in him, also known as Misty Faye, was her own daughter, Maya Faye. Overcome with guilt for what she had done, Maya Faye jumped to her death into the raging waters of Eagle River.
Can't be.
Huh. Right. Have you ever heard this one? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. No matter how improbable it may seem. Well, what is that supposed to mean, the prosecutor Godot? According to this witness, Maya Faye threw herself into the Eagle River. However, is that really the truth? Remember, this woman testified earlier that the bridge was already on fire when the murder was taking place in the garden. Which means if Maya had thrown herself into the river, it must have been from the inner temple side near the bridge.
That's right, that's where she jumped from.
Yeah, but she would have hit fucking, like, floor. But that's impossible. It's impossible to jump into the river from there.
What?
Don't get your panties all twisted up, Wright. Just relax and think through the whole thing again.
So it's impossible? Maya couldn't have thrown herself into Eagle River?
Well, Mr. Wright, Miss Hoffman claims Miss Faye threw herself into the river from the inner temple side. Do you have any evidence that refutes this claim?
Look at this map!
It's impossible to jump into the Eagle River from the inner temple side. No one knows it better than this witness.
What did you say?
11 years ago, you jumped into the very same river.
Just take a look at this overhead map. As you can see, below the cliff on the inner temple side is a big rock shelf.
Oh! You're right.
She wouldn't have reached the river if she had jumped off from there. In other words, if she had jumped, we wouldn't be able to see her body in this photo. Gah.
Huh. So you finally figured it out.
You... No!
Order!
You're just playing with me. Maya Faye's body is at the bottom of the Eagle River. There's nowhere else she could be hiding.
Miss Hoffman, have you ever heard this one before? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth.
Yes, just a few minutes ago.
Maya Faye wasn't inside the sacred cavern. We don't know that she didn't throw herself into the Eagle River. Correct. That eliminates all the most likely possibilities. Now, although it seems improbable, there's still one other place she could be. Well, what? What is this one possibility you're talking about?
That's obviously a bluff. So where is her dead body then?
Dead body?
Finally, I think the pieces are falling into place.
Normally the living have no way to punish the dead. But I think there is a way to give Dahlia Hoffman the ultimate punishment. Shall I tell you, Miss Hoffman? Shall I tell you where Maya is this very instant? Maya Faye is in this very courtroom. There's only one possibility left, namely, she's right here in this very courtroom.
With what? Maya...
You say she's here in my courtroom? Dahlia Hoffman?
I seem to recall that you said, you had misunderstood one thing, you see. So what? But I think there's one more thing you misunderstood. What do you mean?
Tell me something. At this very moment, who is channeling Dahlia Hoffman?
Why, that's obvious. It's Pearl Faye, that pathetic little sniveling runt.
You're wrong. Pearl tried, but she couldn't do it.
I've never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it's happened.
Is there any explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit?
It could happen if someone else was already channeling the same spirit.
And someone was.
Someone called me before Pearl did? But who?
Pearl even tried again on the day after the crime, but she couldn't do it. What could that mean? I think the truth is becoming clearer to you right about now, am I correct?
Yeah! It wasn't Pearls that channeled you. There was someone who caught you before she could. This is an easy one. Pearls couldn't do it, and Misty Faye is gone. There's only one possibility left.
Come on already. I can't stand the tension.
Dahlia Hoffman? The person channeling you right now must be Maya Fey. What? What?
But how could that be? Remember that this witness Dahlia Hoffman said about her goal? She said that her goal was to kill Maya Fey. Yes, that's right. But if Maya channeled the spirit of someone that was trying to kill her... Well, Gramps, what would happen? Could it be?
It looks like you finally understand, Your Honor. Well, what are you going on about? What I'm going on about is the reason Maya channeled you. And there's only one reason. To protect herself from you. To protect herself from me? Yes, on the night of the crime, you were only interested in one thing. Killing Maya Fey. The path back to Hazakura was closed off and there was nowhere for her to run. So then the problem became, where would be the safest place to hide? You mean, that's when she channeled me? All this time you thought you'd been channeled by Pearls, that's why it never occurred to you. And Maya's hiding place was you. No, don't say that. You're saying that Dahlia Hoffman, was played for a fool by that little whelp? Maya Fey killed herself, isn't it obvious? Sorry, but no. It would have been impossible for her to jump into Eagle River. This was the only avenue of escape open to Maya. The only way that Maya could disappear from the inner temple. I don't believe you. A stupid little girl like that who's never been out in the real world. She could have never come up with a plan like that. Who could have ever given her such a brilliant idea? Well... me, of course. Mia! Mia Fey. It's been a long time, Dahlia Hoffman.
So it's true. It was you.
Yes.
Huh. You're something else.
That. What are you doing here?
That hair. It's Pearls, right?
Tell me something, Dahlia. I want you to think back to that night one more time. You had just cornered Maya in the inner temple's garden, and then in the final moment of the fight, you lost consciousness. I was stabbed by Maya Fey! Actually, Maya lost consciousness at the same time as you.
She did? Not terribly surprising since she was about to be killed.
Thanks, Judge. When she woke up, she was in the training hall. That's when Maya decided she needed help. So she channeled me. She explained in a memo the situation she was in. She asked me what I thought she should do. She did that? I can't believe it. Of course I didn't have all the details, but one thing was perfectly clear. And that was? I knew that you couldn't be allowed to wander free. Free? What do you mean? It was a race against time, so I wrote down two things that Maya had to do. Channel Dahlia Hoffman as soon as possible and lock herself in the sacred cavern until help arrived. So it was Maya who put that lock on there.
Yes, but why did you order her to do those two things?
If she hadn't done it, Dahlia Hoffman would have been channeled by someone else. By one Pearl Fey. Pearls? Yes, Pearl didn't understand the plan, so all she was trying to do was follow her mother, Morgan Fey's instructions. If she had succeeded in channeling Dahlia Hoffman's spirit, things would have turned out very badly, to put it mildly.
Huh. So that's how it was. Dahlia Hoffman would have used the body of Pearl Fey to kill Maya at all costs. Yes, it certainly sounds like that was the intent all along.
How dare you? I won't forget this. Why not just admit it? Dahlia Hoffman, your little plan was nothing but a big failure. Yes, I never failed to add to the pile of shame, wouldn't you say? What do you mean by another? Think about it, Dahlia. Remember all your past crimes? Not a single one of them was a success. They all ended in failure. What? How dare you? 11 years ago. The fake kidnapping. Your very first crime. Whoop. You got your own hands on a $2 million diamond, but... After Terry Falls escaped and went to meet with Valerie Hoffman, the truth was exposed. Shut your mouth, this wasn't my fault. It was because of that stupid oaf of a prisoner and that weakling of a policewoman. And then, 1 year later, you tried to kill me. Well, I'm still alive, but... You wound up killing someone else. As a result, you were sentenced to death. It's one stupid move after another for you. But it's no longer funny. You. Wipe that smug happy-go-lucky smile off your face. And now this! You've messed up again? You let Maya Fey escape. Even though she was right there in front of you. Mia Fey. Mia Fey, Mia Fey, Mia Fey. You. Spinster. I was supposed to kill Maya Fey like I swore I would. And if only you had gotten that spiky-haired jerk the guilty verdict. Oh, I wouldn't have been hanged to death. True. But I think you finally understand, Dahlia Hoffman. You will never defeat me. What? What did you say? Whether you're alive, dead, or somewhere in between, you will never defeat me. As long as I'm around, you're destined to lose for all of eternity. I remember what you said earlier in the trial. You said there was no way we could punish you, because you were already dead. What about it? Then you said... Even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, lives on forever. That's very true, Dahlia. And that's exactly the punishment you'll never be able to escape from. For all of eternity, you'll have to remain as Dahlia Hoffman. A miserable, pathetic, weak creature can never win at anything. And for you, there is no escape from that. No hope of freedom. Since the day you were executed, the narrow bridge that once stretched out in front of you was burned to a crisp. You... Oh... You're wrong. It can't be. How could I lose to the likes of you? It no longer matters. I don't care whether you win or lose anymore. The only thing I want is for you to come out of Mia's body right now. She will explode. Holy shit! Holy shit! I'm not ready. Not ready to go. Get out of here. This is the end of you. Your dog is becoming yokai. Oh, fuck. Nick? This? Oh! Medic? Medic? We need a medic.
Now then, I assume you are the real Iris?
Yes, I was just rescued from the Sacred Cavern.
I must say you and your twin sister are indeed identical from what I can see. In any case, it appears that everything has finally been cleared up. Mr. Godot, what happened to Dahlia Hoffman?
If you ask me, Your Honor, it looks like she went back to the hell she came from.
It seems that Misty Faye wasn't the only victim of this crime. Maya Faye as well as the young Pearl Faye were also victims of this wicked and selfish plan.
Yes, Your Honor.
The tragedy of Medium Valley has finally come to an end, it seems. It would be best for everyone if no further attempt was made to channel that spirit again.
Your Honor?
Yes, what is it?
About this whole spirit medium thing. It's almost weird how comfortable you seem to be with the concept now.
Well, to be frank, my younger brother is quite judgmental. He often criticizes me for not studying hard enough. That's why I made a concerted effort to study up on the current channeling technique.
Oh, really? Hey, isn't that the new year's issue of Occult?
I've seen quite a few things in my many years on the bench, and in all that time I finally learned this one thing. Each case is different and takes place in its own world, if you will. In order to fully understand that world, first we have to immerse ourselves in it completely. And that's where my brother and I used to differ.
Huh. Never thought of it that way. So the judge is Canadian? Like both judges are Canadian? Or is he just the American brother of the other Canadian judge?
At any rate, it's time for to pass judgment in the case of Iris of Hazakura Temple.
She wasn't a killer, but she still was complicit. She still was an accomplice in murder, not the actual killer.
You're a little too fast with that gavel, Your Honor.
Ah, fuck. Now we're right back around to the actual fight.
What do you mean by that, Mr. Godot?
This trial, it isn't over yet. That's what he means. What?
Right. Remember what Miss Evil Spirit said in her testimony?
Huh? Dahlia's testimony? For the stone lantern, and then took out the dagger, got from the storeroom, and shanked. It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. I think I was stabbed. By whom? Just as Dahlia Hoffman was about to attack Maya, she was stabbed and killed by someone.
Yes, that's right.
The person that was ultimately killed was the spirit medium that channeled Dahlia. Elise Dunham, no, Misty Faye. But who killed her?
We still don't know who did it.
This isn't over? It was suicide.
Unless someone else is found guilty, the accused is still on trial. We can't let her walk until there's evidence that proves her innocence.
No way.
What? This court isn't prepared for any further testimony. The prosecution is ready to call our final witness. Final witness? This one will clear up the whole mystery. The mystery of who killed Misty Faye. Indeed.
Is it really alright, Mr. Prosecutor?
Of course it's alright. Madam Attorney? Very well then. Who is this final witness? Huh. Isn't it obvious? There's one person who saw the whole event and will put the final dagger in this case. Someone who saw the murder took place? The very person who saw Mother killed in front of her own eyes.
You mean Maya? You can't! She can't testify after what she's just been through!
We need to find the truth. The prosecution calls Maya Faye to the witness stand.
Oh boy!
Very well. But first we'll take a brief recess. We'll have to wait for Miss Faye to recover before summoning her. Once we receive the doctor's permission, we will proceed with the trial.
Hey, Wright, I've got something to say to you, so listen up. What is it? I don't think much of you as a lawyer. It's always the same with you. You somehow manage to just squeak by without even a faint understanding of the case. Some beautiful woman always seems to come dashing in the last minute to save you. You've got some nerve!
But that's not going to happen this time. This time, you're going to have to do this by yourself.
Huh.
That's enough. This court is now in recess.
Oh boy, time for a sandwich. Waiting for medical advice, the most reasonable judge has spent all day. This funny thing. We still have this funny thing. We still have this funny thing. And it's still being analyzed. So this will come into play. I'm truly sorry about everything. You were working so hard to defend me, but I was missing all day and we didn't even have a chance to talk. She's right. When I met Iris at the training hall yesterday, they had already switched places. And Iris was inside the sacred cavern. I wanted to at least be in the defendant's box today to root you on. But, well, it wasn't your fault. You were locked up this whole time. There's something more important than that, though. I have to ask you. Why did you help your sister out as much as you did? Huh? If you had tried to get help at the sacred cavern yesterday, you wouldn't have spent an entire day locked up in there. My sister, I felt sorry for her. She was abandoned by our mother and never got any love from our father either. Yeah, but it was the same for you too, wasn't it? Yeah, but at least I had Sister Bikini, who was like a mother to me. If only Dahlia had come with me to Asakura Temple. I always loved her. Dahlia was always so smart, so strong. She never complained about a thing. That's why I promised her that I would help her. Are you talking about the fake kidnapping case 11 years ago? Yeah, I wanted to be useful to her in some way. But, as usual, I was too cowardly. At the last minute, I ran away. Because of that. Dahlia's stepsister, Valerie, ended up dead. What was the case that wounded Mia so badly? But things didn't end there, of course. Some people suspected that my sister was involved in the murder. Some people? You must mean... Yeah, 2 defense attorneys. Miss Mia Fey and Diego Armando. Oh, you mean Godot? After poisoning Mr. Armando, who was getting too close to learning the truth. Dahlia even tried to kill the person who had unknowingly hit the poison Fuck! That's why he hates my guts! You. Right. Iris, there's one more thing that I have to ask you. Yes, what is it? On the night of the murder, the person that cleaned up the corpse of the victim, at least the name, was it really you? Yes, it was me. That night after I rang the lights out bell, I went back to my room. At around 10:30 I received a call on my cell phone. There's a problem. Come to the inner temple right away. I got in the snowmobile and headed for the inner temple. But then it was on fire! The path to the inner temple was cut off, right? Exactly. Can't just leave this body here. So you've got to do this exactly as I say, got it? Whee! Thanks, the Nintendo DS frame rate. It was me. I was the one that received her body. The murder weapon had been left in her body so she wouldn't bleed too much. The staff that Mr. Galise always held. But there's no blood on the weapon! Maybe it got cleaned off. I knew it. So the actual murder weapon was the staff. Yes, that's right. I brought the body back to Asakura Temple in the snowmobile. But why did you alter the body? I didn't want anyone to know that the staff was the murder weapon. I didn't want to leave anything that would lead back to Missy Faye. So I dressed her in a robe and stabbed her with the Shichishito. I wiped the blood off the staff's blood. Ah, okay. Thank you for that. But then there should still be traces on it, right? Iris, just tell me one last thing. Tell me the name of the person that called your cell phone. The real killer. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I can't do it. I can't say who did it. I see. God damn it! Defendant! Yes?
The judge is calling you. He wants to see you in his chambers. He has some questions about Dahlia Hoffman.
Alright. Well then, I'll see you later. There's something I want to tell you.
Oh, okay. Something she wants to tell me.
Oh no, she's in anyway.
So it's true. I was corroborated with the real killer. Maybe even from the very beginning.
Phoenix?
Oh, Phoenix? Mia! How's Maya doing?
Physically, I'm not worried. She'll recover completely. But emotionally, she's been hurt very badly by this case.
I see.
You told me... She's learned who Elisa really was? Yes. I went to the medical office and talked with her. I told her everything I knew.
But why?
Maya's stronger than you think. I knew she could take it. All of it.
What do you mean by that?
I want you to figure that answer out by yourself. The trial is about to restart. The real killer. Do you know who it is yet?
Hers wouldn't tell me who called it, but still, I think that just... maybe I know who it was.
That night, the victim was killed in the garden of the inner temple. And the criminal wasn't just there by accident. Which means that the killer knew of Dahlia's plan from the very beginning.
I mean, there's a reason she came armed with a sword.
And one more thing. The victim was moved to the Hazakura temple site by pendulum. In other words, the criminal couldn't cross the bridge. That means they were stuck in the inner temple site for almost an entire day.
Pearl fucking killed someone!
Exactly, so the culprit... someone that wasn't in Hazakura temple the following day. That's as much help as I can give you. The rest of the battle is yours to win, or lose. Alright, I got it. Thank you, Mia. Finally, it's almost time to bring this case to an end.
Pearl of the family traditions.
What exactly did Maya see anyway?
And who was it that actually killed Misty Faye? Whoever it was, I have to prove it. Me, all by myself. It's game time!
It's time for the grand finale.
Holy shit, this is going late. 3:36 p.m.
God damn.
Now then, before we proceed any further, I'm going to announce the results of the test we had performed earlier.
Tests?
Yes, tests. On the bloody dagger that was found stuck in the pine tree.
Oh yeah, that!
I totally forgot about it.
I didn't.
That's the weapon that Maya Fey used when she fought the victim.
So what are the results?
Was it the victim's blood or... Due to time constraints, a full test wasn't possible. However, there's one thing we could say with certainty. The blood that was on this dagger was not the victim's blood. That is all. Now then, let's restart this trial.
So it wasn't Misty's blood on the dagger. Then whose was it?
I'm sure both the defense and the prosecution noticed, but this trial is rapidly coming to a close. Both sides will need to show some firm evidence with their claims.
I understand, Your Honor.
From what I've heard, the witness is dangerously weak, physically speaking, so let's finish this quickly.
Agreed.
Very well, please bring in the last witness. Witness, please tell us your name and profession.
Maya Fey. My profession is, I'm the assistant manager at Wright & Co. offices.
Yeah. According to the magazine I have here, you're a spirit medium of the crate channeling technique.
I'm frightened. The Fey clan. I don't want any more to do with it.
Oh, Maya. Pain the Fey bloodline causes must be unbearable. Very well. Now then, Miss Fey. When the event occurred, you were in the garden of the Inner Temple. And you witnessed a moment of Mr. Lee's Denim's murder. This is correct.
I didn't see anything.
Straighten up this instant, young lady.
Yeah.
Pick your head up and speak clearly. There's always time for crying later.
But
Your mother was killed right in front of your eyes. There's nothing you can do to change that fact.
Dude!
But there's something you can do. You can finish this. You've been watching the whole thing, right? You've seen the witnesses come out and you've seen us squeeze the truth out of them. Now it's your turn. Let's hear your testimony. On the night of the crime, what exactly did you see happen? Witness, if you would please.
Yes, Your Honor. Oh boy. Oh boy. I was passing through the garden on the way to the spare prep room when it happened. Suddenly, someone struck me over the head. I stumbled and ended up against the stone lantern. I think I screamed, "Help me!" And something warm splashed over me. That's when I lost consciousness. Something warm?
So you were struck on the head. I suppose it must have been this staff.
The person who hit you.
It was Dahlia Hoffman, wasn't it?
I'm sorry, Nick. I couldn't see. I don't know who it was.
Maya, think hard.
Sorry, Nick, but I really couldn't.
Huh. Can't say it wasn't an especially good night for young ladies to be walking around alone. It seems that it will be hard to determine the criminal from testimony alone. Very well then, Mr. Wright. Please begin your cross-examination.
Maya, hang in there. She doesn't look well at all. Oh, fuck. Ah, fuck. You don't mean... Was it... I didn't know it at the time, but... I think it was probably blood. She's saying that that's when Miss Denim was channeling Dahlia? Was stabbed in the back by the killer? At that moment I was paralyzed with fear. I was just sitting there in the snow. I'm sure blood got on everything around me. We could channel living people, right? If I recall correctly, we can channel living people. Right? Because I remember Pearl's channeling Maya at some point. So what if we can't channel living people? Fuck. Never mind then. Never mind then. Because my theory would have been that she fucking accidentally channeled Morgan and Morgan was so burnt with hatred that she fucking like stabbed Elise. Or Maya, whatever. So what happened next? I don't remember.
How were you safe? You don't even remember that?
No. I haven't got any idea. I really don't know what happened at all.
That's too bad. You two made me kill Dr. Gray to keep her from you being alive from being found out.
True. True. I vaguely remember that. Vaguely.
Worked side by side with Maya for 2 years now. I can't tell you she's trying to hide something by how she acts. And right now, I'm absolutely certain she's hiding something. Okay, so I'm not being penalized for shouting into everything. This is I am still traumatized from the Manfred case, okay? I am still traumatized from the Manfred case. Who else was only in a temple that night? Well, Sister Bikini, of course. She couldn't have. She couldn't have, could she? She couldn't have. Unless? Sister Bikini, of course. But I remember her saying that Iris would be coming later as well. Day after the incident, Edgeworth have met Bikini at Hazakura Temple. That means she could be. Oh, never mind. Lol. So then, did Iris actually come late like she said? Well, let me think. Seems confused. It's probably because she's too tired. No, I'm sure I didn't see her. She must have come while I was preparing for the training. Who did it? Who hit you? Well... I didn't see who it was. I was hit from behind. You didn't see the person. But after that, your attacker was in front of you. How could you not see who it was? Oh, let me think for a sec. I'm sorry, I just can't remember. Maya's really having a hard time. What should I do? I don't want to do this, but... Come on, Maya. This isn't making sense. Why didn't you see this person? Well, let me think. It was, oh yeah, that's right. It was dark, that's it. It was dark. It's not good to have too much light around when someone is undergoing spiritual training. Come to think of it, there was earlier testimony that was to that effect as well. So it was dark in the garden on the night of the crime. Which is why she didn't see her attacker. I thought maybe she was trying to hide something, but I guess not. Judging by the testimony was for the identity of the attacker was most likely the spirit that was channeled by Elise de Nim, Dahlia Hoffman. Very well, please continue with her testimony. You done building the minis? Nice! Nice! What happened afterwards? My attacker was in front of me, blocking off my escape, I think. You think? After getting hit like that, I was in a state of panic. There were only two things rolling around in my mind at the time. Well, no. This is beginning to get interesting. So what were the two things rolling around in your mind? My name is Maya Fey. 1 + 1 = 2. You sent to me off the stream, sweet. You see, for some crazy reason, I was afraid I was going to lose my memory. I know it's odd considering my life was in danger, but that's how it was. That's not odd at all. Your actions are understandable given the circumstances. So, what did you do then? You think you screamed, but you're not sure? Listen, I was a complete wreck. It was dark and I couldn't see my attacker. Was it a man, a woman, an adult, a child? I had no idea. I was scared out of my wits. Believe me, my dear, I'm certain I would have soiled my robes. I thought this person might attack me, so Anyway, I'm pretty sure I screamed. No, I thought it was my last hope. It sounds like poor little Maya really was out of her mind. But I wonder what she meant by last hope. What do? Do I press it for more details? Unfortunately, yes. Wait a minute, Maya. What's this last hope stuff? What? What did you mean by your last hope? No. That's what you said. You said your last hope. What? I said what? Look, you were facing an attacker that you couldn't see and you screamed, right? You screamed, help me. Yeah. Would you testify that you screamed it because you thought it was your last hope? Oh, well, you know, that's like, what do you call it when that happens? Why is the doing so well up there? Oh, yeah, Oh, that's right. I remember now. I was facing my attacker, but that's not who I was screaming at. What did you just say? Yeah, that's right. It was the person behind my attacker that I was yelling at. That's who I was screaming to for help. Ah! What is it now? I messed up. I didn't
I didn't mean to let that slip out. Huh?
Witness, are you absolutely sure what you're saying? Behind the attacker, there was another person?
I meant to keep that part a secret.
And you would only lie for a singular person. Let's see how it is.
What have I done?
Huh. It takes a ton of pressure to make a diamond. That's what I always say.
Ton of pressure.
You're in a court of law here. You can't make things up to try or hide things in this chamber. Witness, the information you just presented is vital to the case. I want you to add it to your testimony.
A man? A man?
He was missing the first.
There's a reason Francisca's here. Or was he? I think he was missing the entire day, right? Unless Larry, like, ran over... Nah, leave Larry out of this. Edgeworth had no reason to be there. A man? Who was this man? Well, you see, I couldn't see.
You couldn't see? He's used this excuse twice by now.
Well, you know, lantern light isn't very bright.
Lantern light, did you say?
There's a great big stone lantern in the garden. They always light it when an acolyte is there for training.
Maya? Maya? You good? You good, sis?
Hey, you know what they say, under the lantern, darkness reigns. So I could see the person that was further away, but not my attacker who was closer. Plus, there weren't any other light sources in the garden at the time.
There weren't any to begin with.
Ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba. So there was a man standing behind your attacker? Yeah.
That man! He's the killer. He stabbed her from behind.
He's the one who killed Elisa and him. Otherwise known as Misty Faye, your mother.
Your mother.
The killer.
Maya, you know who killed your mother, don't you? What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? To be frank, Your Honor, I think she is in shock and quite confused. That's why she hasn't noticed a huge problem with her testimony.
Huh? What problem?
Maya, on the night of the crime, that stone lantern was out of commission.
What?
It's true. There was no light anywhere in the garden that night.
No.
Order in the court. Mr. Godot, explain this. Add the pureness of milk to the perfect clear darkness of coffee. Stir. That is the state of the witness's mind right now. A cup of café au lait. Café au lait? Is that even legal? Mr. Tright's words are the milk and you are the spoon. Yep. Whoa! Which one? Sorry. I'm a spoon. I'm no spoony bard, I'll have you know. You must have noticed it too, Trite. This witness's mental state is highly unstable right now. It's not hard to understand why she would make a little mistake like that. Sorry, but that's not going to cut it. What did you say? There's truly no light in the garden. Then there's a fatal contradiction in the witness's last bit of testimony.
May I? Recall the witness's statement about her attack. She said that she didn't know if it was a man or a woman, an adult or a child. And yet, the witness could describe a person that was standing behind her attacker. And she quite clearly described him as a man. Yeah. In other words, that would have to mean that Maya actually saw a mystery person, despite it being so dark that you couldn't see the face of her own attacker. No!
Order! What in the world does this mean, Mr. Wright? Are you saying Miss Faye saw the real killer under pitch black conditions? Wright, do you have any idea what you're proposing? How could she have seen in the dark? There was no other light source in that scene.
There are some things that you can only see in the dark, Mr. Godot. Maya, you did see who the killer was in the dark, and now you're trying to cover for him.
Cover? For the man that killed her mother?
There's only one conclusion I can draw from this. You know who this man is. Oh shit. Miss Von Karma from the stand telling me to drink. Oh god. Now the pressure's on. I'm gonna get whipped if I fuck this up. Miss Von Karma herself in the stand. Please, Nick. I don't know anything. What happened to my eye? Depends who you ask. Depends who you ask. And during what point of the timeline? Did Franny whip me in the eye? Imagine, just whipped out the fucking eyeball. God damn. I mean, hey, then at least murder would stay in the family. Because, you know, Manfred killed someone, Franziska murdered someone. Huh? Huh? Well, didn't murder, but, you know, losing the eye isn't murder, but close enough, I guess. Attempted murder. Please, I'm begging you.
Huh. You talk a good game, Trite, but let's see if you can walk the walk. It was pitch black, so what could the witness see? I'm calling your bluff.
No, Nick, don't! Please, stop! Maya's dead set on protecting this guy, the man who murdered Maya's long-lost mother, but can't let him get away with it. I'm a lawyer and an officer of the court. I'm here to find the truth.
Alright, Mr. Wright, time to show us what you've got. Who was this person that you saw Miss Faye in the darkness?
Oh boy. Because it was pitch black, Miss Faye was able to recognize the killer easily. I'm sure the court would like to see for itself how this is possible, yes?
What? But how do you propose to show us something like that?
It's easy! We just need to recreate the conditions of that night.
Conditions?
Your Honor, the defense officially requests that all the lights in this courtroom be turned off.
Well, this is... but it can't be.
Huh. Hey, buddy, open!
That was a nice bit of deduction. Right.
Well, everyone, this is the man Maya saw on the night of the murder.
Order! Prosecutor Godot, what is the meaning of this? Surely you must be shocked to hear yourself accused of such a thing. Why aren't you denying it?
Huh. Your Honor, you're asking the wrong person.
What do you mean by that?
If you've got a question, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. Well, Maya, how about it? What you saw that night? Was it 3 glowing red lights?
Well, witness, answer the question.
You're wrong. I never saw that.
Maya!
I thought the person that stabbed my mother was a man for a totally different reason. What? Maya, don't do this to me.
Mr. Wright. Stop your chattering, Your Honor. You're chattering? If it's worth asking us to witness, that's one of my rules. Alright. Well then, let's continue with the testimony. Please tell us how you knew the killer was a man.
Now you're a man! A manny man! When it came to, I was just lying there on the training hall floor. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. The torches were lit and the body was gone, and all of the snow around the snow lantern had been carefully cleaned up too. Since the person did all that work alone, I just assumed it was a man.
Okay. So it was after the crime took place that the witness came to think the killer was a man.
Yeah, that's right. I'm sorry, Your Honor,
No need to apologize. It's as Mr. Godot said. You're utterly exhausted. It's only natural that you would be a little confused. Also, if you consider the situation you described, it doesn't seem too much of a stretch to assume the culprit was a man. Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination.
Oh boy.
So you lost consciousness when you were in the garden, is that right?
Yes, I think it happened when the victim was stabbed. So then the person that carried you
Into the temple? It could only have been the killer.
That's what I think too. So the killer carried Maya into the inner temple.
Naturally, the killer must have done it, right?
Yes, I think so.
But why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? There must have been something that the killer desperately wanted to hide.
I don't know.
Looks like she doesn't have enough confidence. I think I need to gather some more information before I ask her again. The torches were lit.
Yes, that's how I noticed that the whole scene had changed.
I'm going to say it was the killer who lit the torches. I mean, who else could it be? The killer probably lit them since it's impossible to do any cover-up work in the dark. However, if that's true, there's one thing that still bothers me. Why did the killer go to the effort of moving the body?
It's true.
It's hard to see how that would be any advantage to the killer. The only one who would gain anything from that would be the only person that was at the inner temple, Maya. Very well, let me hear some more about the condition of the crime scene.
So you're saying the killer cleaned up the snow?
It looked really odd. Really odd.
The snow was removed in an unnatural looking rectangular shape around the lantern. There were a lot of shovels around the inner temple, but they're all really heavy, way too heavy for me to use.
An odd fellow indeed, this killer. Why on earth would anyone want to take snow away? Well, that's one thing I can think of. Didn't you say that a lot of the victim's blood sprayed onto the snow?
Yeah. The area collapsed and ended up being splattered.
In other words, the killer's purpose was to hide the bloody snow. I think that's the most reasonable explanation. Perhaps. However, there's something that's bothering me. If the killer just wanted to hide the snow with blood on it, there was no need to remove that amount.
It's true.
He could have scooped up just the snow that was stained with blood. It looks like there are some mysteries behind this issue.
But I think this will help explain them.
So, you're saying that you never saw the killer, right?
Yes.
But earlier you very clearly stated that you saw a man behind your attacker.
Nick, I'm sorry.
The killer certainly went through a lot of trouble, moving the body by pendulum, manipulating the crime scene. But for what purpose? Why do all that? Maybe Maya knows more than she's letting on. Naturally, the killer must have done it, right? Yeah. over the top of the crime scene. There must have been something that the killer desperately wanted to hide. Truth is, when I saw the crime scene, I felt something.
You did?
Yes, I felt like the killer was hiding the evidence for me, for my sake.
What? Hiding it for you?
Everyone knew that I was the only one in the temple that night. Sister Bikini had come back and looked at the garden.
She may have thought that you had done it. No, she definitely would have thought so. And you're saying that's why the killer cleaned up the crime scene to make it look like nothing had happened?
Yes, I'm sure of it.
Ooh! Well, that's certainly an important piece of information. I want you to add that to your testimony.
Yes, Your Honor.
Who would do that? They did it for your sake.
Well, if the body and the blood hadn't been removed, I would have immediately been the prime suspect, right?
Yes, I suppose that's true.
Yeah, and if that happened, the body would have caused some other problems too. If her real identity had come out right then, it would have been terrible.
Massive Crane killed my own daughter. I don't think Maya would have been able to handle it. But still, it's rather difficult to fathom the killer's motives. What reason is there to go through that much trouble to protect you?
Clean up evidence of what happened for your sake, but why?
But why? Actually, no. Never mind. Okay, so it's not related to the blood that's on the knife. At least not yet. Because it's not the victim's blood. Who got stabbed then? Torches were lit? Yep. What's good lit the torches? True. The person was in the temple. Yes. Snow has been cleaned up as well. But like systematically. Hide the bloody snow. Or just the snow that was stained with blood. Maybe he was looking for something? Oops. Maybe he was looking for something. For the knife. But the lantern wasn't clean. Never mind. Oh, actually, hang on. For your sake, then why the fuck's your name on it? Then why the fuck's your name still on it? The body of Elise Dinim was carried all the way to Hazakura Temple's courtyard. And at the garden, the real scene of the crime, the snow that was you suspect was covered in blood was scooped up and removed. It's reasonable to believe all this was done in an attempt to hide the true crime scene. However, there's still one matter that seems somewhat odd. Oh, and what would that be? You must have figured it out by now, Mr. Godot. The message written in blood on the lantern. It was written very clearly on the white stone lantern. Maya. If the killer was so motivated to protect Maya from suspicion, then why didn't they wipe the writing off the lantern?
Ah, you're right. Order, order, order! But, Mr. Wright, isn't it a fact that the killer was trying to cover up the crime scene?
Indeed, but it doesn't make much sense to move the body and remove the bloody snow. Then not wipe off the most incriminating thing of all, the bloody writing.
But if that's the case, do you have any explanation for the killer's mysterious behavior? Why would this killer move the body and remove all the snow, but then leave the bloody writing on the lantern?
I don't know what the killer's plan was, but it's a fact that the killer left the writing on the lantern. There must be a reason for it.
Well then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your opinion. Why did the killer leave the message,
The killer didn't see it, it was fucking dead of night. Actually, no one was clearing it up, right? Killer wrote it? Killer wrote to pin the crime. Didn't notice sounds odd, especially because it lit up the entire place. So what if he wrote it in the victim's blood and then got rid of all the rest? There's only one reason, and it's easier to spot than Sister Bikini in a bikini. It's because the killer is the one who wrote it. Huh?
Too bad, Mr. Wright.
Why not?
I think he was stabbed.
Oh, she wrote it. Okay, I forgot that point. Oopsie. Oopsie. I forgot. I forgot. I forgot. But even to pin the crime, or just didn't notice it. Well, it has to be pinning the crime, right? Yeah. Only one reason. One is obvious: is Gene Armstrong in a thong on the Riviera. Okay, cool. It's such a jokey fucking. The killer was trying to pin the crime on Maya. Oh, come on. To hide himself being there? Fine, didn't notice it then, jeez. The one time I tried to be realistic, being like, oh yeah, he saw it because of the fucking lanterns. He just didn't notice because he was looking at the fucking floor.
Prosecutor Godot, earlier in this trial, you saw...
Oh yeah, right, he didn't see it when we first presented the fucking thing. He didn't know, he never knew it was on there. He never knew it was on there, right? Because when we presented it, he was like, this pillow's perfectly fine. Early in this trial, you gave me some good advice. Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth.
Maybe you're not as dumb as I thought.
The real killer wanted to disguise the fact that a crime had occurred here. If that's the case, they wouldn't have left that bloody writing on the stone lantern on purpose. Therefore, it must mean that they didn't notice it. But that doesn't make any sense. The torches were all lit and everything. That's exactly why I discarded it the first time around. There's no way any normal person would miss something as glaring as that. You're right. There's no way any normal person would.
What are you trying to say, Mr. Wright?
There's only one person involved in this incident who could have missed seeing this bloody writing altogether.
And who would that be?
Mr. Godot, this is what you said yesterday. That your eyesight is pretty messed up when you can't see everything.
You can't see everything. Is that correct, Mr. Godot?
This lantern was submitted as evidence today. I would like the court to think back to the moment it was first presented.
This lantern has something written on it. It's written in blood.
Nonsense, it was clean as a whistle. you fool. Mr. Godot, just admit it. There are certain colors you can't see, correct? You can't see red on a white background, can you? That's right. You went through this once before. During the poisoning case at Tribulations. Wait, really? April light from this bird was rang at the time, and somehow spilled coffee on it. Mr. Godot. I did not explain the bloodstain to the court. I completely forgot about that. You could see the coffee on the white apron, but you couldn't see the ketchup, because it was red. Huh. It's strange. The black and white photo, those letters would have appeared black to me. I wonder, why am I the only one that can't see them? So then, Mr. Godot, are you admitting it? Are you admitting that you can't see red writing on the lantern? Sip? Hey, Gramps. Didn't you know? That's the reason why I don't drink red tea. Yeah, right. I wasn't sure about it until now, but I just can't believe it. Prosecutor Godot's a murderer, but there's no going back now. I finally figured out the truth. Slam. Mr. Godot, the defense at this time formally accuses you. You are the murderer of Miss Elise Dunham, also known as Miss Misty Faye. My man is colorblind. Well, have you seen the visor? Have you seen the funny visor? Once again, Mr. Wright has brought up the disquieting fact about you. Huh. Just make sure you don't fill out the indictment in red ink, Gramps. Come on, how does a little graffiti make me into the killer? Besides, it's not like it's my name that's written there. I'm certain the killer wasn't able to see the color red. This is rich. Do go on, Wright. The answer's right there at the crime scene. In the snow. Oh yeah, because he couldn't see the blood, he just systematically cleared it all up, being like, okay, I'll get us. I don't know where it is, but I get as much as possible. The snow, how so? Well, for example, why did the killer move all that snow? Your Honor, you said it yourself. If you wanted to hide the bloody snow, why not take out just that area? But he didn't know what just that area was. Oh, could it be? Yes, the killer couldn't see the red blood that had seeped from the snow into the snow. So, he had to remove all of the snow. He couldn't be sure of where the blood had landed, so he removed the whole area. Because then more likely the killer couldn't see the blood because it was dark. Huh. Not a chance. The torches were all lit. They would have been able to see just fine. It seems that once again this trial has taken an unexpected turn, to say the least. Can you explain this, Mr. Godot? Hold it. Oh, wait just a minute. Oh yeah. What is it, Miss Witness? Mr. Godot isn't the killer. After all, he didn't even come to the inner temple until 2 days after the murder took place. He didn't show up until after the old bridge got fixed up. You also missed a talisman? Oh, you're right, because it's red! Because it's red! True! Mario. You can't testify to something like that. Why? What do you mean? Oh, yeah! After the murder happened, you didn't even True? She didn't. I'm afraid I don't follow. Are you senile, old man? We established this just a little while ago. After the murder, this witness was unconscious for a long time. Because she was channeling Dahlia Hoffman. Oh, that's right. Please, Your Honor, let me add to my testimony. Nick, please listen to me. Maya, why are you covering for him? That's the case, then I've got no choice. Your Honor, let's hear her testimony. If it means we're going to hear the whole truth, I say we should not silence her. Huh. Nicely done, Wright. Very well, let's hear the witness's testimony. Please tell us what happened at the Inner Temple after the murder. Yes, sir. After I woke up, I began channeling and my spirit left me, as it were. But little Pearly was there at the inner temple, too. Oh boy. Pearly was also stuck on the inner temple side that night. True. Next morning, she looked around but couldn't find anyone. The next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spare prep room. That's when Mr. Godot arrived at the inner temple for the first time. He found Pearly first and cheered her right up. How do you know?
Who is this Pearly?
That's my little cousin, Pearl Faye.
So when did you hear about this?
Oh, just a while ago, when I was in the medical office.
I'm terribly sorry. But what you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony.
What? Come on! Pearly would never tell a lie. She's a way more honest person I'll ever be.
Real smart, Maya. You always have the best things to say when you're under oath. Huh. Prosecution has no objection. We believe the witness. Mr. Godot! Let's just move on to the cross-examination, if the defense has no objections. This is highly unusual, but... Well, Mr. Wright?
Let's get this cross-examination started.
She was indeed. So where do you think Pearl slept that night?
In the spare prep room next to the training hall, I guess. There's a rule that you can't enter the training hall during an acolyte's training.
But even so, why did she go into the inner temple in the first place?
Seems that Pearl became very worried about Maya. She knew that the spiritual training I was about to undergo was very intense. Pearl was supposed to channel Dahlia Hoffman, but she couldn't do it. That's why she headed to the inner temple. However, Dahlia Hoffman was already there, possessing the body of at least a Nim. Next month she looked around but couldn't find anyone. She searched the entire inner temple side, end to end. Well, you see, Pearl gets pretty scared when she's alone, and there aren't that many places to look. She says that she even went back and forth several times.
The inner temple side has two structures, the training hall and the spirit prep room.
There's also a storage shack, I think. That's about it.
Was a storage shack too? Pearl was looking for other people, right? Would she have really examined the storage shack all that carefully?
Well, if it was me, that would be the first place I would investigate.
So it means it's possible that someone may have been hiding in the storage shack. Pearl didn't hear the sound of them working on the bridge.
What do you mean?
I was just wondering why she would stay in the prep room. If it was me, I'd at least go out and wait at the foot of the bridge.
Oh, well, Pearly said she was sleeping at the time. She said she was so scared during the night that she couldn't sleep well and woke up a bunch of times.
Poor little girl. All alone like that. Well, we know that she at least had one friend in the Sacred Cavern. Dahlia Hoffman, who was busy battling with the trick lock.
She couldn't let anyone see her, so she wouldn't have shown herself to Pearls.
What happened after the bridge was finally fixed?
But was your first time at the inner temple side, Mr. Godot?
Huh? That's funny. Am I imagining things, or did the defense ask me a question? Mr. Wright, please save your questions for the witness.
What you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony. Those are your words, Your Honor.
Touche, Mr. Wright. Oh well. What do you have to say, Mr. Godot?
Hot nights and even hotter coffee. That's what I always say.
If it hadn't have been for this case, I never would have visited there. A freezing cold temple in the mountains. I think I'll pass.
So you've never visited Hazakura Temple or Veda Temple, huh?
Huh. You want to say something trite?
In any case, I have to find a crack in Godot's armor. Well, I cross-examined Maya, that is.
Very well, please go on with your testimony. After fixing the bridge, the policeman came over to the inner temple site, right?
Yes, then Mr. Godot... He cheered her up. That's what Pearly said. She said he was a very nice older gentleman. Thank you for looking after my cousin, Mr. Godot.
But here I was thinking you were nothing more than a coffee addict.
Huh. Cut it out. You're making me blush.
It's guy's really beginning to get on my nerves. In more ways than one. The truth is there aren't that many places to look on the inner temple side. The policemen were all busy going over the garden with fine-tooth combs. So I decided to carry out an investigation in my own way. Godot style. I'm the same way. I like to handle the verdicts in my own way. Judge style. Huh, maybe I should ask some questions. Phoenix style. You said that you conducted an investigation of your own. Did you find anything? It looks like my investigation went about as well as yours, Wright. Didn't Francisca find her first? After all, I didn't miss the bloody writing on the lantern. Well, I didn't miss it, so speak for yourself, Goggles. The only odd thing I discovered was the beauty in the training hall. Beauty? Misty Fade, naturally. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by a huge aroma of Western tastes. Western tastes? Can you find a stranger way to describe gravy? So from there you headed for the prep room. Wait a sec, what did Godot say just now? I think I just found his proverbial weak spot. There's only one thing of importance here. Where was Godot when a murder took place? In the... Nuh-uh, motherfucker! Mr. Godot, the first time you crossed Dusky Bridge and went to the inner temple was long before the murder took place. Why do you say that? Because he just made one fatal slip-up. The hanging scroll of the training hall. Hanging scroll? But Mr. Godot was right. That scroll shows a picture of my mother. Haha, Maya, I know you know who it is, but it's something you didn't know. By the time the bridge had been repaired, 2 days after the murder, the hanging scroll in the training hall looked like this. What's that wonderfully delicious smell? The morning after the crime, someone covered it with gravy. Gravy? But why gravy, Nick? Because gravy was much more than a condiment to the culprit. Well, Mr. Godot, if you really hadn't seen the hanging scroll until after the murder, you wouldn't have had any way of knowing that it was Misty Faye. But wait a minute, Nick. Yep. Take another look at the hanging scroll. Look, at the top. There's a crest there. Ah, it's the mark of the master, correct? Exactly. So if you know the meaning of the mark, you would have guessed that it was a picture of Misty Faye hanging on there. True, but Mr. Godot described that was underneath like this. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western taste. Oh. Yes, it's possible that he knew what the crest meant. However, he couldn't have known that she was wearing Japanese clothing. Mr. Godot, on the day of the murder, you were hiding at the inner temple long before the crime took place. Can I ask you just one little thing, Wright? What is it? This whole theory of yours, it all rests on a certain assumption. Bang! That I knew beforehand that a crime was going to be committed. That's right. Otherwise there's no reason for him to sneak onto the crime scene. Of course Mr. Godot knew about the plan. Huh? What are you saying? Is it really possible that another person knew of the plan? This crime was actually planned over a year ago. Morgan Fay authored the plan for her daughter's future, and these instructions were hidden somewhere in the Fay Manor for a year. However, by the time Little Pearls found these instructions, they had already been unsealed. Unsealed? Yep, the killer had read these instructions long before Pearls ever found them. That's how he knew the crime was to take place at the inner temple. And you still insist this crafty killer is me? You bet I do. But you just said that the instructions were hidden. That's right. Mr. Godot couldn't have known there were instructions hidden. If he really wanted to know, he had one great chance to find out. Yes, and when was that? During a visit. A visit? Morgan Fay told her daughter Pearl about where the instructions were hidden during one of her visits to the detention center.
That would be the only time for someone to have learned where they were hidden.
What? Eavesdropping on a visit at a detention center?
Yep, it could be arranged if you were someone with easy access in and out of there. Like, for example, a prosecutor such as Mr. Godot.
Order! 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 Mr. Godot, you're under fire again.
This murder could not have been carried out without prior knowledge. And you are the only one that would have acquired this information before the murder.
Humans are afraid of the dark, and yet, at the same time, we're fascinated and bewitched by it.
Stop your funny metaphors, man. You going to jail.
Maybe that's why humans drink the darkness out as coffee.
No, it's caffeine and addictions. Sorry for always asking, but what does that mean?
It means there's a reason for everything. According to your theory, the killer in this case eavesdropped on the conversation during a jail visit where he learned of a hidden plan for a crime. After discovering the plans, he hid the inner temple and waited for the crime to occur. Then he ultimately took a person's life. And he did it all just to protect this witness?
That's right.
If you're accusing me of this crime, I have to ask you, why would I do this? This girl is nothing but a stranger to me.
That's a lie.
I've got no reason to go through that kind of trouble to protect her. I am what you see. I am certainly not the type to rescue the damsel in distress.
No, but the past life, if you did.
The killer's behavior is certainly extreme, for lack of a better word. Even considering that the killer wanted to protect his witness's life. This behavior is still a little too unnatural.
However, you had a good reason, didn't you, Mr. Godot? An unshakable reason that forced you to protect this witness at all costs. I knew it. You figured it out, haven't you, Nick?
Maya, I guess you were doing your best to cover for Godot. For the same reason, huh? Okay, Trite, I'm all ears. Let's hear it.
It's very simple. Maya Faye's a lot more than just a stranger to you.
What's this?
There's one person who lies at the very center of this whole story. One person that ties you and Mia and Maya Faye together inextricably. There's a very good reason why Maya Faye's life is so precious to you. After all, she is Mia Faye's only sister.
Mia Faye.
You once worked alongside her. That was when you were a defense attorney.
Oh, wait a second here. Mr. Godot is a defense attorney?
With your honest piercing intellect, you must have figured out by now. The real name of this man who calls himself Godot. His real name is Diego Armando, isn't that right?
The last time someone called me by that name was over 6 years ago. Diego Armando, that name rings a bell.
It should, Your Honor. All of this is related to a single case. A case in which a convict named Terry Falls killed himself. Mia Faye's first time in court, the tragic outcome left a deep wound in her heart. She knew that behind it all was a heartless, scheming demoness in disguise. But in the end, Mia couldn't tear off that disguise. However, there was one man who reached out to help her. Diego Armando, a senior defense attorney at the office where Mia worked. It's my fault. It's all my fault that Mr. Falls killed himself.
Mia, you can't cry yet.
Bang.
The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. Was moved by her.
So you admit it?
The way she put all her faith in her clients, that pure sweet heart of hers. That's why I could never forgive Dahlia Hoffman. Mia and I thoroughly investigated that fake kidnapping incident. Then one fateful day, Dahlia wanted to meet with me. It had been 6 months since the trial. We met in the courthouse cafeteria. Oh, I just remembered. 6 years ago, right there in this courthouse, you were poisoned. Even I didn't see it coming. Dahlia Hoffman slipped some poison into my coffee. Some newspapers at the time called it a murder, but very little information about the case was released to the press. But you weren't dead at all. No official reports ever actually called it a murder. I was just in a deep, deep coma. I see. My body shut down and my life became nothing but a long, deep sleep. That woman's poison did a real number on my central nervous system. I lost my sight and all of my hair turned white due to the damage it caused. That's terrible. Apparently it was a miracle that I had regained consciousness. 5 years had passed since I drank that poison brew. Poison brew? And one morning my eyes flew open from the smell of a doctor's cup of coffee. 5 years? You were asleep for 5 years? And the worst possible news was waiting for me. Mia Fey was dead. From the very moment I opened my eyes, I had already lost everything I thought I had. The woman I loved had been murdered. The one woman I loathed had been sentenced to death. The woman you loathed? The woman who had spiked my scalding hot coffee, Dahlia Hoffman. Huh. Good on Mia. She didn't let me down. She got her revenge before she checked out. In the end, there wasn't anyone waiting for me when I woke up. That's so sad. For someone like me, for someone who had slept away in their best days, there were only 2 reasons left to live. And it was for those 2 reasons that I decided to become a prosecutor. If I may ask, what were your 2 reasons to live? The first was you, Wright. Huh? Me? If I hadn't drank that stupid poison, Mia Fey never would have died, much less the way she did. You were the only one who was there to protect her. But you let her die. It was all your fault. It wasn't like that! I wanted to see for myself what kind of man you really were. So that's why you became a prosecutor? My other reason for living? She goes by the name of Maya Fey. Huh? You mean me? You were the only way I could make up for the sin of not saving Mia. 1 year ago, when the Crane Village incident was resolved, it was obvious that Morgan Fey was planning something. Whatever her evil plan was, I was determined to stop it. My role was as a prosecutor put me in the perfect position to do something about her. That's how you overheard Pearl's visit with Morgan at the detention center. I knew that the time was drawing near. Since I knew the plan, I thought I could foil it. My goal was to outwit the plan. I thought if I could do that, I could keep that girl from being caught up in it. Makes sense, but if Pearl had known that the actual purpose of the plan was to kill Maya, she never would have helped out. Finally, the day of the plan was drawing near. I contacted both of my accomplices. Accomplices? Iris of Hazakura Temple and Misty Fey. I especially needed the help of Iris. She was to take the fall on my backup plan in case we couldn't control Pearl Fey. But how did you contact my mother? She had been missing for almost 20 years. Officially, yes. But what? What do you mean officially? You've heard about it, haven't you? About the strong ties between the main family and the government? How did you mention it? Bikini did say something to that effect. He said that the Master of Crane had great authority. Even without her official position, Misty Fey still wielded great influence. The police have been keeping an eye on her movements all this time. That's how I was able to contact her. Again, because of my position as a prosecutor. So my mother was cooperating with you? Don't ever forget, no matter how far away from you she was, she never stopped thinking about you. She was always... That's why I knew she would do anything to protect you. If you want to know how strong her resolve to protect you was, look at her staff. Her staff? The one with the sword in it? The day the plan was to be carried out arrived soon enough. We met for the first time at Hazakura Temple. That's when your mother showed me your special staff. I realized it then, just how far she was willing to go. She was ready to use that sword to protect you from Morgan Fey if necessary. Yes, even if it meant paying the ultimate price. Mother... That night of the crime, there was just one way to stop Morgan's evil plan. And that was murder! You mean pearls, don't you? We had to make sure you didn't channel Dahlia Hoffman. What are you going to do tonight? Well, if you'd like, you can come to my room. Perhaps we can read some books together. We thought we could prevent her from playing her part in Morgan's plan, but she never showed up. She was worried and followed me to the inner temple. That was the thing we were all most afraid of, and that's why Misty Faye had to do the channeling herself. She channeled Dahlia Hoffman into her own body. What? What do you mean? She channeled the spirit first, and Pearl wouldn't be able to do it herself. As Master of Corinne, Misty Faye's power was supreme, so that's how it went down. She channeled Dahlia Hoffman so that Pearl Faye wouldn't be able to. What? Is this true? My role in the plan was to make sure no one was going to hurt Maya Faye. That's why I hid myself at the inner temple, just in case you needed to be saved from Dahlia Hoffman. So. Anyway. That's all I'm going to admit to, Wright. Huh? There's no doubt about it. You're a great defense attorney. But you're going to have to do the rest yourself. The background leading up to the incident has been laid bare. There's just one question remaining, Mr. Wright. Who killed the victim? There are only two possible suspects right now. Maya Faye, and I'm sad to say you, Mr. Godot. Well, Wright, if you're a real deal, then finish this thing once and for all. Show us beyond a shadow of a doubt that you can finish this on your own. No, Nick, please don't. Maya, I heard the whole thing from my sister in the medical office. That's why I have to protect Mr. Godot. I can't do it. I can't testify against him. After all, he's the man who put his life on the line to protect Mia, and me too. Maya, I know that. Nick. But even so, it doesn't absolve him of his crime. Please, Maya, testify. Miss Faye, your testimony, please. This is the final testimony. Don't bother trying to hide anything, because I'll know. I want to hear the truth from your own lips. I understand. I'm sure you're right. I'm ready now, Nick. Alright, young lady. Tell us about the moments before you lost consciousness. What exactly happened at the time of the murder? What exactly did happen indeed? Just before it happened, I think I saw some red lights. 3 of them. I thought I'd ask for help, but just then I was splattered with blood. She wasn't dead though, and she struck back at the enemy behind her. Suddenly the red lights went out and the whole area was dark. Just at that moment, there was a horrible scream. Right after that, Dahlia collapsed and I lost consciousness. These red lights, I thought you said you don't remember seeing them. I'm sorry. I thought I saw them, but then it disappeared all of a sudden. Huh. Things break, tried even the best of theories. Who was it that stabbed Misty Faye? It looks like you still can't prove it. Maya's telling the truth this time, I know it. The rest is up to me. Well, Mr. Wright, proceed with your final cross-examination of the witness. Oh boy! Hey, would it be hilarious if I just got up and took a piss now? Lights shining in the dark. I don't think you could make a mistake about that. Yeah, you're right. I think I saw them, but I can't say for certain. And I can't tell you for sure they were from Mr. Godot's mask either. I don't get the feeling she's covering for him anymore, but just after that, you turned out towards the lights and called for help. Isn't that because you thought the lights were coming from Mr. Godot's mask? Yeah, I guess so. Maybe that's what I was thinking at the time. But I can't remember, after all. There was a person I could identify in front of me. Maya's life was in terrible danger at the time. There's no way she can remember the details of the scene perfectly. Alright then, let's go on to testimony. what did you do when you saw the red lights? She called out to me. Take a sip, take a sip. My bottle's almost empty.
Your bottle's almost empty. You know this can't go on. Because of you, my mind is always racing.
Actually, I'm gonna get a new bottle real quick. I'm gonna get a new bottle of water real quick. Haha, stalling! Oh. Yeah. Yeah. That blood, was it Dahlia Hoffman's blood?
I think so, probably. Just at that moment, I heard a soft scream that seemed to be close by. It was a woman's voice.
So that was when the killer stabbed the victim from behind with the murder weapon. Is that right?
Without a doubt, Maya was in the middle of a really dangerous situation.
Anyway, the victim was stabbed by the murder weapon. That happened. What happened after that?
She wasn't dead, though. Get more water. I have more water right here. I have more water. Oh, give up. No. You hear that shit? Ah. Ah.
Sweet liquor eases the pain. It's not liquor, but still. Struck back? How do you know that?
Well, you're right. I didn't see it exactly. But I could tell by the sound of their breathing and movement. And also the smell of blood.
You have witnessed more horror than any young lady should have ever done to in one life. So then, what did you do at that point?
I couldn't move. I could just barely make out their shadows moving in the dark, but I had no idea what to do.
Did you still see the red lights you mentioned earlier?
Yes, I think so, but... The red lights went out.
They went out?
Yes, suddenly I couldn't see them at all.
What could it mean?
The red lights were coming from Godot's mask. They went out right in the middle of a fight. Maybe the mask was damaged.
Or maybe it was knocked off. Or maybe the batteries ran out, right, Trite? Or maybe those little red pinhead looking lights just stopped working.
What could have really happened then?
What do you mean by just at that moment? Do you mean the moment when the red lights went out?
Yes, that's right.
The scream that you heard then, was it Dahlia Hoffman?
I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it was a man's voice.
What? So then, that scream came from the killer? It's got to be it.
I think Dahlia Hoffman must have taken the blade and attacked the killer with it.
And then the killer let out a scream of pain, huh?
After that, the killer stole the blade back and delivered the final blow, I guess.
Well, Mr. Wright, it seems to make sense to me.
Sounds like a reasonable deduction, but I still kind of wonder. Sorry to say this, but interpretation would create an enormous contradiction.
That makes sense. After all, my deductions are almost certainly never correct.
Remember the testimony she just gave before the killer let out a scream? Maya said she had already been splattered by the victim's blood.
In other words, the blade and the staff had already been plunged into the victim.
Is that right?
She couldn't have struck back with a sword that was already stuck in her body. The weapon that caused the killer to let out a scream must have been something other than a staff. You're so sure about that, then don't keep us waiting any longer, Trite. There's only one thing I can think of that could have been used as the weapon here. Dahlia Hoffman had already been stabbed in the back by the staff. What could she have used to strike back at the killer?
So there's this funny orb over here. Well, Your Honor, what do you think?
To be honest with you, I feel like using my gavel to strike back.
What? Huh?
Nothing but a joke. I knew you couldn't take it all the way.
Huh? What do you mean? I guess the daggers. Oh yeah, that fucking idiot. Oh, it just has. Yeah, yeah, obviously, yeah, right.
Just need a contradiction.
Oh, you're right, and the struggle of the fucking blade embedded itself into the tree. Hey, check this out. Naturally, the dagger the killer brought to the scene of the crime.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
This dagger was found at the crime scene, stuck into a pine tree.
Yes, the detective found this the morning and brought it to me.
Dahlia Hoffman struck back at the killer with this, and she managed to wound him as well.
Just because he let out a scream doesn't mean that he was wounded. For all we know, the blood on the dagger could have been from the victim.
It's not. Have you forgotten that the blood was already been tested? Since we learned it wasn't the victim's blood, it must be the killer's blood. The killer must have a wound somewhere on his body. Hey, Godot, get naked!
So you're saying the blood on this dagger belongs to the killer?
Exactly. The DNA analysis of the blood will prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt. And yes, Mr. Godot, it will prove that this is your blood.
Nice theory, Wright. Order. Order the court!
Is this the end? Have I done it? Not yet. Not yet. Even he won't be able to change the result of the scientific test.
Huh. Let me ask you something, Wright. Let's just say that it turned out that I was the killer. You really think I would be stupid enough to leave evidence like that?
What?
Just think for a second. This dagger was found this morning by a detective and brought it to me. There was already blood on it, correct? But even so, I was the one who brought this dagger here to the courtroom. Yes, what does that prove? Well, if I really were the killer, I could have washed the blade off and then planted another person's blood on it.
You couldn't have, you're colorblind.
In any case, just one thing I can guarantee, Wright. That blood, it doesn't belong to me. Not a chance.
What?
In any event, it seems to be established the killer was wounded. Alright then, witness. Continue your testimony.
Well, wait a minute.
What's the problem?
I know I probably shouldn't say this, but there's a big contradiction in Nick's explanation.
But, Maya!
This dagger, you said that it wounded the killer.
That's right.
But, if Mr. Godot had really been cut with the dagger, his clothes should be bloody or have a rip in them, right?
Nope, it's his eyes. Maya? Maybe you just change his clothes? That solved the contradiction pretty easily.
What are you talking about? It's not that simple at all. Remember back to the day of the murder. Everyone that was in the temple site got trapped there.
Ah, but that's right. And once the bridge was fixed and the police headed for the inner temple, Mr. Godot was already there waiting for them.
He never had a chance to change his clothes. Ah!
Order! Order the court! What the witness says is true.
Well, maybe he brought a change of clothes with him.
But no one could have predicted the lightning strike that shut down the bridge. Or would anyone have brought a change of clothes?
Yeah. Did you take smart pills during the last recess? Well, then maybe the killer took off his clothes before he committed the murder. That way you wouldn't get any blood on him.
That's impossible, Wright. You know how cold it gets up there late at night?
Ah.
After a few minutes with no clothes on, you'd be frozen solid.
Yeah.
Huh. So that's all you've got. I knew you weren't tough enough to finish this.
Ah.
Right now, if Mia Fey were here, she would have closed the book on this case already.
Mia Fey were here.
Come on, Wright, can you do this or not? How about it, Mr. Wright? You've already accused Mr. Godot of being the killer, but can you prove it? Have you gotten even one piece of evidence?
The question isn't whether I can prove it or not. The fact is, I have to prove it. That's the only chance I have. I was taught that it's one of the rules of being a lawyer. Well, true. I can prove it. I'm going to bring your magnificent vengeance to fruition, just as you wanted.
Huh. That's good. A fight till the bitter end, Wright.
Oh shit, it's the old music.
Since there's just one piece of evidence that can prove your points, why don't we go for the unlimited penalty?
Are you trying to pressure me, Mr. Godot? Because it doesn't matter to me. I've got the one piece of evidence I need.
Give me a break. You've got nothing, Wright.
So what do I do at a time like this? It's simple. I've got to think outside the box and approach this from a different angle.
Alright, Mr. Wright, let's hear what you've got.
There's one thing I've demonstrated in the previous cross-examination. The killer was wounded. That was proven by the blood on the dagger.
But it certainly was impossible for him to have hidden such a wound.
But it's a bruise, baby!
If he had been cut by a dagger, there should have been a bloodstain on his clothing.
There's one place the killer could have hidden his wound.
What did you say?
Hidden. Or his eyes. Oh yeah, he took the mask off. I don't need to think about why there wasn't the bloodstains on his clothing. I need to show him how he hit the wound.
It's the end of the line, the final stop, Wright. Let's hear what you've got. Where's this location where you say the killer hit his wound?
What? What do you mean, location? What? On your face? Wait, can this thing be opened? Wait, this thing can't be opened. No. Nah. Yeah, but it's behind the mask. You'd have to take off your mask. Right? That's why Maya stopped seeing the lights as well.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Okay, cool.
Huh.
What was that just now? Mia? It can't be. You're living on through him?
Even as we speak, you're still hiding the wound. Okay, now I was right. Okay, cool. Giga objection! It's beneath your mask! During the fight, the red lights given off by the killer suddenly disappeared. Seconds later, the killer let out a scream. That's right, your mask went flying off your face. Mr. Godot, would you mind removing your mask? If you have a dagger wound under there somewhere. Then I'd say this whole case is solved. Okay, so I just I just made myself uncertain for a moment. Just now, I saw her spirit in you. I never liked you. 6 years ago. You helped the woman who put me to sleep by hiding a bottle of poison. And then, while I was sleeping, you let Mia die. Not on purpose. But you didn't care, you just kept living a pathetic, happy-go-lucky life. You even had the nerve to follow in her footsteps as a lawyer. I could never forgive you, that's what I thought. Mr. Godot? But I was wrong about you. I knew from the very beginning. The truth is, the only person I could never find it in my heart to forgive was me. You, yourself. I was the one that failed to protect Mia. Me and no one else. I tried to avert my eyes from the truth, to escape from the harshness of reality. I just couldn't face Mia's death head on, so I ran. I hid behind a mask. I threw away my true name. I couldn't even deal with being a defense attorney anymore, so I quit. But you saved Maya! Yeah, that was my plan. Up until just now, anyway. What do you mean? Are you listening, Maya? If I had really wanted to save you, then there's one person that I should have gone and talked to right away. Who would that be? Are you talking about Nick? But I didn't do it. I tried to get the help of Iris and your mother. But I closed my eyes to the most important man involved. Do you know why? The real reason? No, why? I suppose I wasn't really interested in saving you at all. Huh? I think I was just trying to salvage what's left of my own broken soul. I was trying to make up for the fact that I couldn't save Mia, nothing more. That's why I'll let you walk right into a situation that I knew was dangerous. Forgive me. You're wrong! You put your life on the line to save Maya! Was it really for Maya's sake? Even I'm not really sure. What do you mean by that? That night in the darkness of the garden when I saw her silhouette. A part of me must have known the truth. It was revenge! The truth that it was really Dahlia Hoffman standing there in front of me. I could have been Misty Faye or even that little girl. But I still picked up the blade. It was like I was dreaming. I'm not sure exactly what was going on in my mind at that point. I was really motivated by the pure desire to protect Maya Faye. Or was it something else? Was it my hatred for a woman who had stolen everything from me 6 years earlier? Could it have been simply a desire for revenge? And now, I don't know anything anymore. I did learn something today, however. I finally realized that I was the arrogant one. I was just chasing an illusion, a fantasy. The stupid fantasy of defeating you in the courtroom. You were the one who made me realize my folly. You never ran away from Mia's death. Instead, you picked up where she left off. As a true defender of the people. Objection! In that one moment, I understood everything. Mr. Godot. Sip? I think you already know this, but if you don't, my name is Diego Armando. Mr. Armando, I believe in you. I know you were trying to save me. There it is. Thanks. Your wound, it's bleeding. Huh. Did you forget already? In my world, the color red doesn't exist. These must be my tears. Tears?
Ever since I woke up from my coma, I think I've been waiting for this very moment.
Mr. Armando!
You do well to remember this, Maya. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. This time, it really is all over, isn't it? Defendant?
Yes, Your Honor?
Although you weren't directly involved in the murder,
You were still the accomplice, so you're getting fucked for that.
tampering with the body and the crime scene is a serious offense in itself.
I understand, Your Honor. Mr. Armando explained that to me carefully. I knew the risk and I willingly cooperated anyway.
I ain't got time to bleed. Very well. Before I hand down my verdict, is there anything you'd like to say?
Well, there's one thing. I'd like to say something to Mr. Wright.
Uh-oh.
I want to apologize to you.
Apologize to me? For what?
For the case 5 years ago, of course.
Wait, what? I just remembered. Weren't you poisoned by your own lover?
Not exactly, but yeah, something like that.
Even now, 5 years later, I can hardly believe it. She was going to do it. She was planning to kill me.
It's not all that surprising. The two of you hardly knew each other.
Huh? What do you mean?
You and my sister, you only met twice.
Huh?
But we only met twice? The first time we met was on the fateful day. The day she poisoned Mr. Armando in the cafeteria of this very courthouse. The next time we met her was 8 months later. You met her again on the day that she stole your cold medicine. And Do Swallow was killed.
No way! It can't be true. I mean, during our whole relationship, we were...
For those 8 months, the woman that you thought was Dahlia Hoffman wasn't actually my sister.
Huh? It wasn't Dahlia?
I hope one day you can forgive me. Jeannie.
You mean...
That's right. I lied to you. For 8 months.
Ouch. But why? Why would you do such a thing?
Ever since she gave you the bottle that day, my sister was trying to get it back as soon as she possibly could. Because of the police investigation and their surveillance, she couldn't move about freely.
So that's why you...
My sister, from the beginning, she was prepared for the worst.
Prepared for the worst?
She thought that you might somehow discover the truth. That's why she was always ready to deal with you at the moment's notice.
You mean she was ready to kill me, don't you?
She already had so much to answer for. I didn't want any more sins on her soul. I begged her not to do it, and she agreed to give me a chance.
And that's why you came to me? You came to get the bottle pendant back from me in her place?
But I couldn't get you back. Couldn't get you to give it back. I felt it's something even as simple as that. 8 months passed and I still couldn't get it back from you. Finally, my sister couldn't wait any longer.
And they tried to kill me.
She didn't consult me about her plans for you that day. It was the first time that ever happened.
Also a bit strange, wasn't it? Up until that day, you two were partners in crime and she would confer with you.
I think she must have noticed.
Noticed what?
My feelings for you.
Oh.
I had found out she was planning to kill you. I would have done whatever was necessary to stop her. Even if it meant her life. Or mine.
Iris!
After spending those 8 months by your side, my feelings towards you, they changed.
That's something to say to you too.
Yes?
You really are the person I always thought you were. Even if Dahlia Hoffman was found guilty, I still believed in you.
Thank you.
How many cups of darkness have I drank over the years? Even I don't know. I'll tell you though. Right now, this one here is the greatest cup I think I've ever had. Sip? Don't you think so? Phoenix Wright. Oh shit! Sip? Yeah, I think you're right. The purpose of this trial was to rule on the murder of the victim, at least in him. At some point, I expect you will be tried for your role as an accomplice in this case.
I understand, Your Honor.
Very well. On the charge of the murder, I hereby find the defendant
Not guilty.
Court is now adjourned.
Hold it. No mind. 4:51 p.m. God damn.
So I guess it's all over.
The way everything ended was just justice really served. The man who risked his life to save Maya is being sent to prison by my own hand. Of course justice was served.
Oh hey, but Mia!
I'm proud of you, Phoenix. The defense was truly brilliant. But I couldn't save Mr. Armando. The man who cared so deeply for you. You're wrong, Phoenix. You did save Diego. You saved him in the only way possible. Justice. You mean, with that verdict? I think one day you'll understand too. Phoenix, I want you to remember one thing. You were as good out there today as any defense attorney would ever hope to be. There's nothing more you can learn from me.
But Mia!
You've accomplished something I wasn't able to. I owe you a great deal. Thank you.
Mia!
I'm sure we'll meet again someday, Phoenix. I've had lots of cases and seen a lot of things. Along this journey, I found myself asking just one question. What does it really mean to defend someone? I suppose today's case produced one possible answer. Nick?
Maya!
I guess it's just like my sis said. Mia? What did you say? That night, when I channeled Mia to get her advice on what to do, this was what she wrote back in my notebook. Don't worry, Phoenix will save everyone in the end. But... Come on, cut out with that gloomy face. Can't you see? Me, sis, and I'm sure Iris too. We owe you for everything you've done for us, Nick.
Maya?
How? How can you be so bright and chipper after all that's happened? You were brutally attacked. You even saw your mother murdered. Ouch! Franziska! Still as softly as always, Phoenix, Wright.
Excellent work, Wright.
Huh? Mr. Edgeworth? And when did you get back?
Oh, that's right. I guess no one filled her in on that.
Edgeworth and Franziska have actually been helping me. Helping you?
If these two hadn't been here on the first day of the trial, the defense wouldn't have gotten anywhere.
Wow. Where were you, Nick?
I heard he fell into a river and caught a nasty cold which forced him to sleep all day. Yes, he laid in bed shivering from his fever with Iris's hood pulled over his head.
Ow, ouch, talk about embarrassing, Nick. You definitely need more training. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. And you too, Franziska.
I don't suppose.
Fuck off, Larry. There's room for me in this group hug, is there? Oh, Larry!
What's with the, long of unusual face?
I realized something when I was reborn. I realized that Larry was never of any use to anyone, not even once. That's not true, right, Nick?
What? You're asking me?
Well, Nick, is it true? I've got a place in this world, right?
Huh? Oh, yeah, of course.
I knew it. Everyone would be better off if I were gone for good.
No. Oh yeah. Those portraits you painted, they were really good. Isn't that right, Edgeworth?
What?
Me?
Why are you making that face, huh, Edgy?
Oh, well, yes indeed. I certainly can't say that they lack resemblance.
Do you really mean it? What about you, Francie? Did I draw you well, too? Ah! My beauty can't possibly be captured by a mere crayon. Nevertheless, I recognize the effort you put into it, and that's worth something. So then you do it, like you promised? You're going to model for my next picture book, Francie's Whippity Whip. Ah! Don't get carried away. Well, how about that? I guess painting portraits is the only thing I'm good at. The painting of Pearl was pretty darn good too, if you ask me. Huh?
Now that you mention it, I haven't seen her around. Pearl? Where could she have gone? Normally she would have made a beeline for Maya.
Oh, I'll go look for her. Be right back. Hey, Pearly! Right? You seem to be uncharacteristically puzzled. I suspect you're wondering how Maya can be so cheerful despite all that has happened. Yeah. To be honest, I can't understand it either. Siska. That's right, she lost her father fairly recently as well. I think I understand how she feels. Maya's a much wiser person than she appears, and I think she realizes something. Now is exactly the time when she needs to be as strong as she can. What do you mean by now exactly is the time? Maya wasn't the only one that was badly wounded by this incident. In fact, there was someone else that was hurt far more deeply than she. I believe it's for that person that Maya is trying her best not to cry. Someone who was hurt more deeply than Maya? Itworth, I think I'm starting to understand too. Ow! And tell me, Phoenix Wright, who is Maya Fey being strong for? Gah! 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 I botched it. I botched it at the very end! We're not gonna load that save, are we? Nah, we'll take the loss. We'll take the loss. I botched it. It should have been fucking Pearl, but whatever. I have no purpose what it's supposed to serve. Huh? Well, don't worry, Wright. I'm not certain that my guess is entirely correct either. Only Maya can really say what the truth is inside her heart. It looks like I still have a lot to learn about Maya. Ah! Just as I thought. You have a lot to learn about women, Phoenix, Wright?
Oh, hey! So this is where you all were. Well, looks like we've got quite the punching today. Ouch! Oh, what was that for, sir?
Sorry about that, Scruffy. My whip just seems to have a mind of its own.
What's up, Detective Gumshoe? Oh, you know. This and that. Anyway, congrats on your win. Let's go out tonight, pal. Dinner's on me. My salary's just sort of kind of gone down by a teeny-weeny bit, but it's alright. I made reservations at a first-class French restaurant tonight. Ah.
Pretty good work, Scruffy. That whip was your reward.
Detective Gumshoe, you said a first-class French restaurant. You don't mean... Tribulations. Where else? I knew it. We're doomed. Come on, let's go, everyone. Gotta keep Maggie waiting, pal. Oh, you, Crybaby, you're invited too.
Oh, forget about me. Fleur and I will be at the loser's shack eating potatoes.
You know, Maya's taken off for a long time to get back.
She's still out looking for pearls.
Oh, Maya, what's wrong?
Nick, what do I do? Pearly... I can't find her anywhere.
Huh? I'll bet she just went back home, but that's all.
I thought so too, so I called the village, but no one was heard from her. This never happened before.
As I figured, she has been badly hurt by this incident. She feels responsible for the tragedy that has befallen you, Maya.
But none of this was her fault. What should I do?
Detective Gumshoe? Yeah, what is it, pal?
Could you guys go on ahead?
What about you?
Maya and I we'll join you guys once we find pearls. Nick!
Don't worry about us, Detective Gumshoe. We may be a little late, but we'll definitely be there. We have a lot of it celebrating tonight, and I wouldn't miss it for the world. Yeah, but you're the...
Very well, Phoenix, right? We'll go on ahead.
Don't keep us waiting, right?
We won't. But where should we look? Where could the party have gone?
Let's go, Maya. There's only one place I can think of that pearls might have gone to.
That's the agency.
Oh, never mind.
Asakura Temple?
For pearls, I bet this is a very important place. After all, it's where this whole incident started. Watch this, you're all back again so soon?
This is the bikini.
I thought we'd be eating mashed potatoes alone tonight.
So she's here? Pearly is here?
She's in the training hall. Why don't you hurry along and go see her?
Okay. Pearly's not here.
Ah! Maya! The hanging scroll!
Ah!
Oh, should you clean it up?
Someone cleaned it off.
It's got to be pearls.
Ah! Mystic Maya! Pearly! What? Why didn't you just leave like that? Mystic Maya. Mystic Maya! I swore that I would never trouble the two of you ever again, because it's all my fault that Mystic Maya's mother... That's why I came here? It's the least I could do, to pray for your happiness. You didn't have to do that, Pearly. It wasn't your fault. You didn't do anything wrong. Of course, I'm sad that my mother is gone, but how do I say this? I'm still happy. You don't have to lie just to make me feel better. No, really. It's true. The only reason I'm still here at all is that thanks to everyone who was there for me. My sis, my mother, Mr. Armando, Nick, and you. Even one of you weren't there, I'm sure I would still be alive right now. That's why I have to be strong. For all the people that were here for me when I needed them. That's all I can really do. Mystic Maya.
I'm impressed. You truly are the daughter of Mystic Misty.
Ah! Since the beginning.
Your mother, Mystic Misty, was a strong woman indeed. I want to tell you what she said to me that night.
After dishonoring the good name of Karain, I don't have the right to face my daughter. But still, Maya's always in my thoughts. It's true, she'll always be with me, until the day I die.
Ironic. Your spirit was with her. That's why your mother was so strong. Even at the end, I'm sure she had no regrets.
She's always been with me until the day I die, huh?
There's a rule or something all masters are to follow, isn't there? You never take the charm off until the day you die.
That's the master's talisman.
The thing that Misty kept by her heart and would never take off. It wasn't the container that was important, rather it was the contents.
So it was a container?
That's the picture of mine.
A photo? Mother.
It's only natural for living creatures to fight to protect their own lives, but what makes us human is that we fight for others. But who do you fight for? How hard must you fight? That's a true measure of what human life is worth. We defense attorneys are warriors who are constantly challenged by that question. Even when the battle is over, and the bonds that connect us are severed, we always return, time and time again. Mia, Maya, Pearls, Mr. Armando, and Maya's mother too. I learned that from all of them. Well, shall we get going? Everyone's waiting.
It's the day to remember, a day when a lot of things were finally put to rest.
I think we should celebrate what we overcome today.
But I still can't...
Oh, go on, sweetie. You can come back for training anytime.
Okay. Alright, I'm going to make a brand new start too. Sister Bikini, I'll be back for more training, I promise.
I know, and I won't go easy on you just because you're the future master. I'll make sure to prepare reservations for 3 of you when you come back.
Alright, we're going to have a great feast today, Pearly. You know why? Because training is a battle of endurance. Okay, Mystic Maya, I'll eat lots and lots of food tonight.
You know, there's one thing I don't get, and probably don't want to, but...
What is it, Nick?
Reservations for training is fine and all, but why for free?
Come on, what do you think? You're one of us, Nick. Next time you can train right alongside us. Huh?
I'll be waiting for you. Sister Bikini will take special care of you.
Huh? It'll be great, Nick. We're going to do the special course naturally. Huh? That's a great idea after all, Mr. Nick. You'd do anything for Mystic Maya, wouldn't you? Even walk on hot coals, right? We'll have a nice big meal before we come next time, right, Nick?
You know, I was wondering if I could say just one little thing.
Sure, of course you can. Oh, I love this part. I can't wait to hear it.
I'm getting goosebumps too. Well then, here goes nothing.
We did it! I really have to work extra hard now. Master of Crane, the office manager of Wright & Co. offices. And I have to be a good big sis to Pearly and Nick too. Well, as long as I'm not locked up or captured or something like that.
You have a tendency to. Well, so that was it.
Now it's true, Mr. Nick really is Mystic Maya's knight in shining armor. He went through with the special course all the way to the end. Actually, I heard there's a legendary extra special ultra course here too. I think I'll surprise the two of them by making them a secret reservation.
Uh-oh. Oh great, now's the ad break? Well, at least it's just the credits, so I know you'll miss nothing. Reggie bought me a brand new coat as a present, pal. I feel 10 years younger. I'll never take it off.
Yes, but somehow you don't seem the same. I guess the dirty, shabby old overcoat is just for detective flex, sir.
Don't worry about it. In the name of love, a man will sell himself. Mr. Wright, I'm once again in your debt. Thanks to you, the Treasures of Crane exhibit was a great success. I even got to see Miss Von Karma, who I hadn't seen for almost a year. She taught me how to use the whip and said that I must show you what I've learned. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Missy and I started a company called Master Mask Consulting. We're dedicated to stopping the evil plans of all the criminals in the city. The motto is cut it out, please. Pretty cute, huh? Well, we also sell plants to the criminals as a kind of side business. I wonder if that's okay. Sometimes I think maybe we're the worst criminals. I wanted to show my appreciation to Mr. Wright for exterminating Don Tigre. So I lent him $500,000 and a tea set, special fig tea, when I mixed with my own two hands. I bet he's drinking it now. A win for a compromise.
I'm just going in the way. A wrinkly, grumpy, clown-nosed waste of flesh. At least that's what I thought. But my grandkids had a birthday party for me the other day. Talk about embarrassing. 69 years old and I cried like a baby with a dirty diaper.
Damn, Gramps. As usual, we have an abundance of work to do. We've hired a new programmer to replace Glenn Elg. I do hope everyone will get along. His name is Mada. As soon as I heard his name, I knew our brain circuits would align perfectly. You can make it, for fuck's sake, love. For fuck's sake, Phantom. Man. My, more reporters? Since the murder, we've made so much money I hardly know what to do. I think the magazines like us because I provide such a nice visual, especially in spring. I can hardly wait for Iris to come back. Special thanks. You've turned into such a respectable man, Feeny. It was so sweet of you and everyone else to come and visit me here the other day. Of course I was happy that you constantly had your eyes on me, but I felt kind of bad when the little one slapped you so hard you got a nosebleed. Damn. Objection! Ben, Grom, and Judd. Sean King. Christina Catano. James C. Wilson. Oi. Janet who? Sue. Janet Sue. Oh yeah, you. David Crislip. Winston Payne. Objection. Oh, never mind.
What's this? I'm back from a long and thriving vacation and no one's here to greet me? I guess while I was gone, my little whippersnapper buddy quit and now I've got no one. And what kind of lonely, crazy security room is this supposed to be anyway? What's all the flashing lights and switches? I feel like some sort of space alien. And now what I'm going to do with all these macadamia nuts I brought back for everyone? I bring them over for Edgy well. Oh, when will I ever find a gentleman who treat me like a fine minute?
Thanks, old bag.
I finally found something I'll have to do. Rancy's whippity whip trip is gonna turn the art word on its head. I should have realized it sooner. Self-centered, lazy, antisocial? I'm an artist. A really good portrait artist, and not a loser at all.
Okay. That's one way to look at it. Hey, the gang. And the old gang. Objection. Hey! 2 achievements at once. So, that was it. After a total of 97 hours. Technically 95 on-stream hours because of that one save game deletion. It is done. This was the entire Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney trilogy. Can't believe I've been at this for so many fucking hours. I mean, it's still less than Yakuza, but, you know. Fucking roughly 95 hours. Crazy, you know, crazy numbers. However, this is... Now we go play League. Fuck League, man. Who the fuck plays League? Fuck off. But yeah. This was it. The entire Phoenix Wright trilogy. I do thank you all. Let's play Warframe. I still have to re-download Warframe, actually. But yeah, what is the future for Wednesdays? I'm unsure. I have considered Danganronpa, but I'll see about that. For now, I'll just like pretend the Wednesday is Friday and just like play normal games the next couple of weeks. Just like kill off the backlog a tad. But we'll see about that. But yeah. This was it. I do thank you very much for watching. Once again, you know, special thanks to all the people that joined me over the last 95 hours. To everyone who I forced into voice acting for this. Because I love all my friends. So, we'll be back again on Friday. And, yeah. Maybe we'll see each other in court again. So yeah, I do thank you very much for watching. And until then, don't die. And maybe I'll see you in court.